trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Councillor Mason has advised that he will be a little late this evening. He would not be able to be here in time for 6:30, but will be attending the meeting as soon as possible. The first item we have is an official plan review, a presentation on the economic development discussion paper. Councillor Clossie?
Personal privilege.
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to inform members of council and the public that after careful consultation with the public and with council, I will not be bringing forward my notice of motion for consideration this evening, and I apologize to any inconvenience I may have caused anyone on this issue.
That's on the severance?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Staff, Mr. Goodchild, Mr. Drozd, who's doing the presentation? Mr. Drozd?
It's over and done. She knows.
Mayor Diamond, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alan Drozd from the Department of Development and Planning Services. I'm very happy to be here tonight to present the Planning for Economic Development discussion paper. The Planning for Economic Development discussion paper is part of the Oshawa Official Plan Review. That's the Oshawa Official Plan. The Oshawa Official Plan is the singular document in which council sets the ground rules and the vision for new development in the city. It is the document that controls future growth of the city. The city's official plan review, which was started a couple of years ago, has three basic components to it. The first component relates to implementing and dealing with parts of the regional official plan that the city is required to conform with statutorily, and that regional plan deals with the very long-term growth and development of the region. A discussion paper that dealt with official plan and the Durham Regional Official Plan was presented last year. The Planning for Economic Development discussion paper that I'm here tonight presenting relates to various initiatives and measures that the city's looked at to deal with improving economic development through the official plan. And the last phase of the process is related to looking at the official plan and the natural environment and looking at measures to essentially improve upon the existing policies of the official plan, implement the recommendations of the various watershed studies that have been prepared and considered by council to date. Economic development and the official plan. The municipality is largely restricted from conducting a lot of initiatives that can really deal with economic development. That stems right back to the Municipal Act. The Municipal Act prohibits municipalities from getting directly involved in affecting the cost structure of business directly through bonusing or aid, so that the initiatives that council or any other municipality takes in economic development are pretty much indirect, and they apply uniformly across all businesses in the community. And the types of activities municipalities typically get involved in are listed out here on the slides. Minimizing taxes, levies and user charges, ensuring that there's an availability of industrial land and buildings, but primarily land, ensuring that development applications are processed quickly and efficiently, maintaining a very cooperative attitude towards development, providing the facilities, amenities, and features in the community that enhance the quality of life and make the city an attractive place to live and a desirable place to live. Also providing up-to-date information on the community for outside businesses hoping to relocate into the community, and this is a primary function of the Economic Development Department, for instance. Working to facilitate strategic projects, identifying new directions and roles that the city can show some leadership in the long-term development of the city. Marketing the city and recruiting new firms. Again, that's an activity that our Economic Development Department is very strongly involved in. Ensuring that there is a high quality and level of infrastructure to accommodate growth, and that deals with all the things that go along with new growth, like parks and schools and roads and infrastructure, to the extent that the city is involved in those. And last but certainly not least, financing and administering infrastructure projects with other levels of government. And that would for instance be like participating in the Canada-Ontario Infrastructure Works program. So in conducting the official plan review, the department applied itself to a set of principles to try to carry forward in a discussion paper, and the basic principles are outlined here, and I'll just quickly go through them. Maintain an adequate supply of land for assessment and employment generating activities, making sure that there's an adequate supply of land in our industrial parks so that the land is priced sufficiently so that business can afford to locate there. Providing for local and regional population growth under proper management, making sure that growth happens in an orderly fashion. Here's one, remove regulation that constricts business growth and serves no other purpose, recognizing that official plans and zoning bylaws represent a form of regulation. It's important that we have the right balance of regulation such that we develop a community that is livable and desirable, but at the same time doesn't put unnecessary barriers in front of the development industry. Ensure that the terminology and the words and the phrases that are in the official plan are relevant, understandable, and mean something in the marketplace. Focus on key infrastructure priorities. Identify and promote new development opportunities for the city, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that in the presentation. Designate land for highest and best use, and that means where it's possible and appropriate, make sure that the designations and the zoning in the official plan are set in place so that the right and highest assessment generating uses can be located there. Ensure that the overall planning program promotes a high quality of life, and I'll be coming back to that into the presentation because it's a very strong feature of this discussion paper. And ensure that the city's competitive position is protected. And that deals with all the things that the city regularly does in trying to encourage things like GO transit services to be extended to the community, pressuring levels of government to deal with highway interchanges and other very strategic initiatives that the council normally takes. The existing official plan has a number of development goals, and they're largely within Section 7 of the official plan, and just to very briefly touch upon them, it's a goal of the city to encourage the expansion and the diversification, a word you won't find in the dictionary, but a word that means expansion and variety of our economic base. And our economic base, we mean the businesses and the industries that provide jobs in the community. It's a goal to prepare an economic development strategy, and that, I believe, is a goal of our Economic Development Department. promote the development of our industrial areas, such as the Northwood Industrial Area, Stevenson Industrial Park, Keith Roth Airport. Encourage a multicultural center in the main central area. Promote tourism, such as taking initiatives such as the Tourism Information Center on Simcoe Street. Encourage hotel and convention facilities in the city, and encourage preparation of an economic development strategy for Southeast Oshawa. I would like to talk very briefly about economic development policies in the DROP, or the Durham Regional Official Plan. That's the upper tier official plan. The Durham Regional Official Plan basically sets broad population and employment targets for the city, and that's the context within which the city is required to undertake its planning program. And the current regional official plan runs a 30-year time frame to the year 2021. And what we're looking at in this graph, on the left-hand axis, is numbers going up to 300,000 over here, and the municipalities in the region along the bottom, Oshawa being the first. The red bar shows the existing population of, existing population is reflected by the purple bars, and the red bars reflect the ultimate projected population for the city in the year 2021. And as you can see, the regional official plan calls for a large population increase in the city in a relative sense over a 30-year time frame. And within that 30-year time frame, the relative dominance of Oshawa is anticipated to remain. Employment targets in the DROP, very similarly designed graph here. Purple representing the existing employment in the city, red representing the projected long-term 30-year employment in the city. And as you can see, the long-term dominance of Oshawa as an employment center in the region is anticipated by the regional official plan, which highlights the need for the city and its official plan to position itself to accommodate that growth by designating land and other planning initiatives. The economic environment in Oshawa, just to touch very briefly on some issues relating to our economic base. This graph that you're looking at is a graph that compares on the left the relative, keyword relative, percentage of employment amongst major labor force groups in Ontario and in Oshawa, Oshawa on the right. And what you'll see by the graph is that evidenced by the pinkish-reddish bar, Oshawa has a very strong manufacturing base, much higher in percentage relative to the provincial average, and as well Oshawa has a better than average trade and commerce sector, as evidenced by commercial facilities and those types of activities. So that gives you an idea of how Oshawa compares against, in a broad sense, the provincial average. Now within that manufacturing sector, Oshawa's employment is highly concentrated in the employment in the transportation sector or the automotive industry. What this pie shows you, the blue pie shows you the relative distribution or concentration, if you like, of employment in the automotive industry of manufacturing, and the other sectors making up about 9.5% of the employment. And what that highlights, I think, is the strong economic base the city has. It's the envy of many other municipalities, and indeed one of the strongest economic bases in the country. It also highlights the need and I think the goal of the city in the official plan as it stands now to diversify and to expand job opportunities and job growth into other sectors of the economy, so that the city and the region are not susceptible to the changes and fluctuations in business cycles affecting one particular industry. So that gives you an idea of the economic base. Just to briefly touch on some past and present planning for economic development. One of the initiatives the city has taken has been investment in the Oshawa Airport with the construction of a new terminal and related facilities, as well as expanded takeoff and landing approach areas. To the north of the Oshawa Airport, a couple of years ago, City Council designated what was called the Northwood Industrial Park, approximately 800 acres of land designated for industrial uses, part of which is deferred, to position the city in the long term as to have an employment center in the north end of the city. Other initiatives the city has undertaken include planning for the southeast Oshawa area, trying to balance the need to have an industrial-related port facility combined with commercial activities, as well as ensuring a public open space system across the waterfront, which has been very important to the city and our overall quality of life. And here's a copy of a mixed-use concept that it was endorsed a number of years ago. Moving along, the Oshawa Centre. The Oshawa Centre is the single largest regional shopping centre in the region of Durham. And earlier this year, City Council considered applications by Cambridge shopping centres to significantly expand the Oshawa Centre over the long term. And in the interim, Cambridge Shopping Centres has invested a tremendous amount of money in expanding and revitalizing the Oshawa Centre to better position the Oshawa Centre to compete with its regional neighbours and other communities. And here's just a few examples of some of the renovations that I think most people are quite familiar with to the Oshawa Centre. And in the longer term, what you're looking at in this picture is a copy of the 2021 Oshawa Centre Master Plan, which envisions a major expansion of the centre, largely in office space, but as well as retail, hotel, and other sorts of uses to try to position the Oshawa Centre to remain the dominant regional shopping centre. Other initiatives that the city has undertaken are in the downtown, and they include a number of streetscape improvement initiatives, a wall mural program, a floral beautification program, establishment of a farmer's market, endorsement of a facade and streetscape improvement program that Council is presently considering in terms of its long-term budget implications, as well as a vision for the downtown, Vision 2000, which set out a process of identifying development opportunities to try to show some leadership as a major stakeholder in downtown issues. This document was produced to try to catalyze and assist with a lot of groups working in the downtown, new ideas about long-term development possibilities in the downtown. Part of the official plan review looks very specifically at our commercial facilities, and commercial facilities are extremely important to the city commercial from an economic standpoint, because if the city does not have an adequate supply of commercial facilities, quite obviously people will leave the community, go spend their dollars elsewhere, and that represents dollars, assessments, and jobs that are lost to the community. And conversely, if we don't have the commercial facilities in our community, that reflects negatively on the amenities and features of the community that people try so hard to find. So what we found was that the existing retail structure of the city, which is based largely on what I would call a central areas or shopping center type development model, doesn't require major changes. We've identified opportunities for the city to explore the designation of some very specific lands on the periphery of industrial areas once the region of Durham provides enabling policies in the regional official plan. We've identified opportunities where regulations can be removed on smaller retail shopping centers to remove the requirements for certain types of market studies. We've also identified the need for the city to, in the long term, prepare a commercial opportunity study to position the city to take better advantage of commercial development opportunities vis-a-vis its regional neighbors and to meet the needs of the community. And we've also recommended that the city establish limits for limited office, retail, and personal service development. Just a little discussion about the industrial part of the review. What you're looking at here is a graph that shows industrial land absorption in the city over the last approximately 14-15 years. The story has been up and down, similar to many other communities in the Greater Toronto Area. We hope a little bit on the rebound. The industrial land market has taken quite a topsy-turvy, if you don't mind the expression, cycle recently with all the restructuring in the economy. In the longer term, the outlook is for a lower than average level of industrial land absorption, and that means take-up of industrial land by businesses. There's supposed to be a greater growth in smaller firms that are involved in communication technology and providing goods and services that have not traditionally been located in our industrial areas. And part of the review has concluded that the city should be moving out of a direction of designating a lot of what I call prestige industrial areas that are identified in our official plan, more to what are called select industrial areas. This is a type of industrial area that permits a broader range of uses. It opens up the shopping list of uses that a developer can put on a site. It permits open storage under a number of circumstances, and generally speaking is more friendly to the types of users that are projected to be growing in the next 5 to 10 years. So a number of changes to the official plan are proposed, which are intended to position the city to take advantage of those market opportunities. And what that does is focus some of our business park opportunities. And an example of a business park that is yet to be developed would be the GM Beaton Farm Business Park. Identify and plan for those opportunities in more select and strategic areas as opposed to having them located generally in broad abundance across the city. So we're going to be narrowing and focusing the emphasis to that type of industrial development in the discussion paper. Strategic initiatives. Strategic initiatives are, as I mentioned earlier, initiatives that the city can take that really show some leadership, require a reinvestigation in some instances of use. The first strategic initiative that was identified in the discussion paper related to the Champlain East Sector community. This is an area that is bounded by Stevenson Road, generally speaking Champlain Avenue, and the spur line from GM and the CPR line. It's an area of about 100 acres or so. In 1985, it was approved by the city as a residential area, and what you're looking at is a development concept for a little residential neighborhood. There are many things that have happened over the last 10 years that cause a second look at the Champlain East Sector. And what you're looking at here is the same area with some notations on the Champlain East Sector by the heavier line. In the interim period of time, the province has established an alignment through an environmental assessment process for a GO train station to the south of the Oshawa Centre, which takes away developable land from the Champlain East Sector. The province has also provided a design for future interchange of Highway 401 with Stevenson Road, which will require ultimately that many of the homes that are located on Champlain Avenue be removed.
Not too much detail on each one, please. We have 10 deputations waiting.
And other opportunities now present themselves in the marketplace to reconsider the land uses in the Champlain East Sector after a major commercial study is undertaken. There are lands on King Street West that, by virtue of previous council decisions, have the opportunity to be designated for limited office development, and that should be established in the official plan. As well, there's another very strategic area in the city at the eastern part of the city near the Harmony Road Bloor Street interchange, around the alignment of Bloor Street and the existing golf course, where by virtue of those that location and a future GO train station and existing flooding constraints, there is an opportunity for the city to show some leadership with the existing landowners in trying to get development in place in that area. Other initiatives which are discussed in the discussion paper, opportunities to explore requirements for fiscal impact analysis in exceptional circumstances, the need to recognize our automotive museum in the official plan, and last but certainly not least, need to recognize the importance of quality of life to economic development initiatives in general. That's the biggest emphasis here. And one of the things that the city needs to do is to, I think, celebrate the quality of life it enjoys through its various facilities and opportunities in its official plan. As companies in the future become more footloose and available to locate in almost any community, it becomes critically more important for the city to concentrate, as it has been in the past, on initiatives designed to celebrate, focus, advertise the very high quality of life we enjoy in the city, and we believe that it ought to be given some recognition in the official plan where it's presently missing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Strauss. Are there questions from members of council at this time? The item will, of course, be coming up later as a separate report. Okay, Councillor Clancy.
Yes, thank you very much. When will this item be coming up in the public report? I've got some concerns about the report. I don't want to answer.
It's part of the planning report? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. May I have a motion on the adoption of, as soon as my eyes adjust here, adoption of the minutes of the meeting of October 21, seconded by Councillor Luchik. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Nicholson?
Question, do we not have to adopt the minutes of the meeting of October 29th as well?
They have not yet been provided, and yet we have the bylaw. Mr. Clerk, we don't have the minutes of the special meeting that was held on Tuesday.
Madam Chair, that is correct. The confirming bylaw, however, allows us to proceed with the actions of council at that meeting.
We didn't pass a confirming bylaw. Of course, if I had the minutes, I could check.
Well, the confirming bylaw is in tonight's agenda.
For the 29th?
For the 29th, yes.
Okay, the bylaw, I saw the bylaw here to do the results of that meeting.
That's correct.
But we should have had the minutes.
When do you perceive that the minutes would be circulated at the next meeting of this council then? It's difficult to approve the minutes or approve a confirming bylaw if you don't have the minutes.
Okay. What we'll ask for is by the end of the meeting, if it could be, by the time we, at about 2 a.m., get to this bylaw, if at one of the breaks you could at least get a copy of the boundaries so that council is informed.
Madam Mayor, I have them in the bylaw.
I just want to know what the clerk has as them.
Oh.
At the moment, we have a motion on the minutes that we have before us. Are there any further questions or comments? Those in favor of the minutes? Opposed? That's carried. I need to make a declaration of interest on several items of correspondence. With council's indulgence, I'll group those and could ask Councillor Pidrebecki to take the vote. On items 1, 2, and supplementary 2, 3, and 4, they all refer to the rezoning application for a bed and breakfast at 55 Connaught. Make a declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, as I live very close to this house and live in a house that could benefit from that kind of rezoning. Councillor Pidrebecki, would you be good enough to take the vote referrals on those items?
On
1, 2, and 2, 3,
correspondence, 1 to 4.
No. Okay. Would you like to?
We better move that first, I guess.
Perhaps you take this.
Okay.
1, 2, and then 2, 3. Yes, sure. And then you can save, and you can just put it in the plan.
Okay. Correspondence 1, 2, 4, and supplements 2, 3, and 4. Can we have a motion, please, on number 1? Councillor Lucic, please.
I'll move correspondence 1 to 4 as referred.
Okay. Any other questions? All those 1, 2, and 4 in favor?
Do I have a seconder on my motion, Mr. Chair?
Councillor Mason, second. 1, 2, and 4, all in favor? Indicate. Opposed, if any. Councillor Spring on 3, please.
Well, Mr. Acting Chair, I have a motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pidwerbecky, that Mr. Norman Vanderveen be advised that the city is required under provincial 3Rs regulations to provide a leaf and yard waste collection and acceptance system. And to meet this requirement, the city provides a limited collection program in the spring and fall, and further that Mr. Vanderveen be thanked for his interest in this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Spring. Any questions? Councillor Dykstra, please.
Just to correct Councillor Spring, it's Herman Vanderveen, not Norman Vanderveen.
Herman Vanderveen?
Herman Vanderveen? Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? All those in favor of the motion, please signify. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Can we deal with the additional correspondence 2, 3, and 4? Can we have a mover, please? Councillor Lucic, seconded by Kathy Clark.
2, 3, and 4 referred to the Planning and Development Committee.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Any questions? Carried. Thank you. Madam Mayor, please.
Correspondence for direction, item number 31.
Madam Mayor.
Q, is there a seconder? Councillor Lucic? Did you wish to speak to the motion? No. On the motion, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
We receive and file.
Thank you. Councillor Lucic, seconded by Councillor Dykstra, that 61 to 63 be received and filed. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Just before we get to the delegations, Council, I would like to welcome some visitors this evening. We have the 13th Oshawa Scouts Pack at this evening's meeting. The pack leaders are Carl Reese and Alan Pizzolato. Would you stand and be recognized and welcomed by Council, please? 13th Oshawa Scouts. Thank you. And I would also like to welcome a visiting exchange student from Quebec. Mr. Clifford Lane, who's one of our city's crossing guards, has brought an exchange student with him this evening. And the student is Jimmy Roy from Jonquière, Quebec, and he attends the Polyvalent Jonquière. Participant in the Society for Educational Visits and Exchange in Canada program, which is sponsored by the provinces of Ontario and Quebec. A 6-month exchange. The Quebec student comes here for 3 months, and then the Ontario student goes to Quebec. And Mr. Lane's son, Ryan, will be going to Quebec in '97. We would wish you a very warm welcome, Jimmy. Would you stand, please, and be recognized? There he is. Welcome. Or as we say, bienvenue à Oshawa. Okay, I did that one. Delegations. Wallace McBain and Associates, Susan Buttrell, Property Manager. Councillor Lucic?
Is it not time for the final item of additional correspondence at this time?
Okay, I've got too much paper up here tonight.
I'll move additional correspondence 1 be heard at the delegation.
Thank you. Additional correspondence item 1, a request to be heard. It's been moved by Councillor Lucic that he be heard as seconder. Councillor Dykstra. On the motion, Councillor Nicholson.
I'm going to oppose the motion to hear in that the issue is not being dealt by Council.
Okay. This is a request by Mr. Andrew Davies. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Lucic?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna vote to listen and to hear the delegation, as the delegate has made an effort to be here tonight with the understanding that this item is coming forth. And I think he should be given every opportunity to be heard by council for coming here tonight. We just can't shoo people away just because we change our minds on something.
Okay. But Mr. Davies put his letter in expecting to be able to speak, is the item at that time it was on the agenda. On the motion, Councillor Beale?
On the motion, I'm going to not support going ahead and hearing Mr. Davies because the item is not coming up before us. And so therefore the thing is that what are we going to hear him for if we're not going to deal with the item?
Thank you. Councillor Dykstra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the motion tremendously. I believe that when constituents take the time to write a letter and get it in before Friday afternoon at 12 o'clock, they would like to address this council, and I think they have a right to address this council. Who are we to sit here when a motion was forward, and now, as the councillor changes his mind, that's up to him. But the delegation, the citizens of Oshawa have the right to come forward and to speak, and they should be entitled to speak.
Thank you.
Can I close?
At the end. Councillor Pitterbecki?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm going to oppose that. I think we're going to be sending a message here that this motion, although the original person who brought it forward has withdrawn it, that this motion is still alive and well, and that's not what it should be interpreted as. There's nothing here before us, so therefore I don't think it should be debated and maybe give some misconception to the public that this is going to spring forward in the next meeting or something like that. The mover has withdrawn his motion, and as far as that goes, the issue is dead. There is no issue before this council at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Boychin?
I understand. Was the delegate advised that this motion was going to be withdrawn?
Okay. The item is in the agenda as a notice of motion. Councillor Kolodzi has withdrawn it this evening. Mr. Clerk?
Madam Chair, Councillor Kolodzi informed our office that he was intending to withdraw the notice of motion this morning. We contacted both people that had requested a delegation before council of Councillor Kolodzi's intention.
Okay, and so they both still wish to speak?
We understand from conversation with them that they both do continue to wish to speak to council on the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Boychin, you've spoken. Councillor Nicholson? Yes. Your point of order, state it, please.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, normally our council procedures indicate that the first person to speak on an issue before council, they have to go through the committee structure. And since this issue is neither before council nor has been referred to committee, aren't we in breach of our own rules if we allow them to speak on a matter that's not before council?
Councillor,
motion has no effect until it's put.
Councillor Kolodzi introduced the severance motion, the severance pay motion, at the special meeting earlier this week. Attempted a motion to waive the rules, and that failed. It therefore is brought forward to this meeting as a severance package proposal notice of motion. It was not before committee. So there was no opportunity for someone to address committee. Councillor Potticari?
Well, Madam Mayor, I'd let the man speak. I understand he's the second candidate for Reform Party, and they need all the help they can get.
We would have not, of course, have party politics. Were there any others who have not spoken? Councillor Lucic to close on the motion to allow Mr. Andrew Davies to address the issue of a severance package for politicians.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know how members of council can say that this item is not before us. I mean, it is in the council agenda. It's right on the top of page 116. And there are two delegations to speak. Excuse me, Councillor Beale, I have the floor, thank you. There are two delegations who wish to speak to this matter. They've made the effort to come and speak to council tonight, and I believe that they should have every right and opportunity to do so. And just because certain councillors decide to start making notice of motions and then sending out voicemails and other notices, this item was duly moved as a note of motion at a council meeting. It's in our book. Members of the public have taken an interest, and they should be allowed to speak, and I'm requesting a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is to allow Mr. Andrew Davies to address council on the issue of severance pay for councillors. Recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Lucic. Mr. Clerk, would you take it, please?
On the motion, Councillor Lucic. Yes. Councillor Mason. Yes. Councillor Nicholson. No. Councillor Pidwerbecki. Councillor Potticari.
Yes.
Councillor Spring. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beal.
No.
Councillor Boychin. Councillor Clark. Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
Yes.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
No.
Councillor Kolodzi. That's 8 affirmative, 8 negative.
The motion to hear is lost on a tied vote. Mr. Davies, you will not be able to speak this evening. Now I've got all the correspondence. Delegations then. Number 1, Wallace McBain and Associates. Susan. Yes, Councillor.
Do we have to approve these matters for being heard as delegates this time? Example, item number 5 is requested to address council, but we have not passed a motion granting the right to speak before council. I'm seeking your direction of what the procedure is.
The item that was just voted upon was an additional piece of correspondence. The items that are in the book have complied with council policy to be in time, and we have those before us.
Don't we normally need a motion to hear?
Okay. Could I have a motion to hear the delegations listed in items 1 to 8? Councillor Harrell, a seconder, Councillor Gray. Councillor Nicholson.
I would request for a division where item 5 will be dealt with separately from the other items.
Thank you. A division has been requested. Councillor Lucic.
The items of information that Councillor Nicholson mentioned about individuals having to go through the committee structure and that being council policy, I'd like to know which one of these individuals on delegations have been through committee.
Number 1 has 2, 3, 4, 7 and 8, not 5 or 6.
You got a motion on 1 through 8, including 5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The motion is on 1 through 8 excluding 5. On 1 through 8 excluding 5, in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On item 5, Councillor Nicholson?
Propose the approval to hear on item number 5, as that in order to be totally fair in the process, if we can't allow one person to speak on an issue, we can't allow another to do the same. So therefore it'd be really improper then to say one person can't speak and the other person can. If the issue is not before us, it's not before us. A notice of motion doesn't guarantee the matter goes to a vote. All it is a notice that it may go to a vote. And since the councillor has withdrawn the matter and the issue is dead, I think anything else that we do at this point would be grossly unfair to the previous delegate who was turned down.
Councillor Lucic?
Madam Mayor, in the interest of upholding democracy, I will ask for a recorded vote again.
Thank you. The request is for an individual to address council concerning the establishment of a severance package for members of council. The motion is to approve to hear. Mr. Clerk?
On the motion, Councillor Lucic.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
No.
Councillor Pidwerbecki.
No.
Councillor Potticari.
Yes.
Councillor Spring.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beal.
No.
Councillor Boychin.
No.
Councillor Clark.
No.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra is absent. Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
No.
Councillor Kolodzi. That is 7 affirmative, 8 negative.
The motion to hear is lost. Apologies to the individuals who came out to address council this evening. Because I think that we've caused them we've caused citizens an inconvenience, that they have come forward to address an issue that was to be before council.
With all due respect, Madam Mayor,
person speak, the clerk said, had already been notified that the item was not coming forward. Councillor Colodzi was quite courteous in that. I don't think you need to
Councillor,
apologize
on
to
behalf
him.
of myself, I apologize to citizens who have come forward expecting to be able to address council.
I have no problem if you want to apologize on behalf of yourself, Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you very much, Councillor. Do you think we could get on with the meeting now? Item number 1.
Are we going to continue for the next year of a conversation between the councillor from Ward 1 and yourself?
I hope not.
First of all, he's out of order for speaking up. So would you please call that to his attention? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Delegations. Let's try for item number 1 again. Would Sue Bottrell and I'm not sure if all are coming, Mr. Hugh Taylor or Mr. Harold Booth, please come forward. Oh, the chair's stuck. Sorry. There you go. Welcome. This is the item on the reconsideration or concerning a request for garbage pickup for Durham Condominium Corporation number 56. Would you proceed?
Madam Mayor and honorable members of City Council, my name is Sue Bottrell of Wallace McBain and Associates, and I'm the property manager for DCC 56. I have been appointed by the Board of Directors along with Mr. Hugh Taylor and Mr. Harold Booth to represent 298 units or 1,000 voters on the issue of garbage pickup. How appropriate that we sit here before this council again to discuss garbage pickup when the week of November 4th to 10 is Reduce, Reuse, and Recycle Week, and this council does not want to honor its obligation to pick up our garbage or our recycling. The week should be called Ignore the Mandate of Council and Ignore the Voters of DCC 56. DCC 56 recycles over 5,000 tons of newsprint alone in 1 year. We were the first high-rise in Durham to implement what is still a successful and safe program. There was a motion on July 22nd, 1996 from City Council which reads, and I quote, that the matter of Durham Condominium Corporation number 56 receiving city refuse collection service be referred to the Public Works Committee to consider appropriate procedures for collection. End of quote. Mike Sims of the Public Works Committee, along with Joe McKenna, met with myself, Harold Booth, Hugh Taylor, and our Superintendent Pat LaRose to discuss the procedures regarding garbage pickup. We reached an understanding within about 15 minutes' time. DCC 56 was asked to sign agreement with the City of Oshawa regarding pickup. We indicated to Mr. Sims that we had no problem signing this agreement. There was some changing to the wording of the document suggested by both the corporation's lawyer and ourselves. These changes did not really have a major impact on the agreement itself. At no time did anyone from the Public Works Committee or City Council contact us to advise us that our garbage would no longer be picked up. As a matter of fact, there were several verbal conversations with Mr. Sims who indicated that a November 1st deadline for garbage pickup to begin was feasible. We feel that Mr. Sims was and has been at all times honest and forthright with us and had no reason to doubt his word. Everyone involved felt that this matter was settled until approximately 1 week ago when we were suddenly verbally advised that Public Works cannot find the money in their budget to pick up our garbage and that this matter was being rescinded back to City Council for reconsideration. The motion of July 22nd did not stipulate that 56 would only receive pickup if money could be found in the budget. As a matter of fact, there is no mention of any kind of monetary figure in that motion. There is a verbal agreement that garbage pickup will be given to DCC 56, and we demand that it be honored. We have met all the criteria established and see no reason why pickup cannot commence. Normally, when one does a budget, one has to put in some sort of contingency fund that one can draw from in case expenses are exceeded. At DCC 56, we have an operating budget of $1.4 million a year to draw from. If budget is exceeded, we must do one of the following. A, use our contingency fund to offset the deficit. B, carry over the deficit into the next fiscal year and raise our maintenance fees in order to cover the deficit. C, have a special assessment of the owners to cover the deficit. D, borrow from a bank and pay back the loan. Or E, find some way of cutting costs by the amount of the deficit. Surely, Public Works must have some sort of contingency fund or other ways of offsetting their costs when they go over budget. Since the fiscal year for the city begins in January, the cost in the 1996 year for pickup by the city would be approximately $2,500. We are certain that your budget process for the next year must be in the draft stages now, as it would have to be presented for approval. The owners of DCC 56 have been paying through the tax system for over 20 years a portion of their taxes towards garbage pickup. This, we remind you, is a service they do not receive from the city. We are not asking for reimbursement based on the past 20 years, which certainly, if added up, would be a good deal of money. There are many of us in this room tonight that have been working on this issue of garbage pickup for well over a year, and it is time this matter is finalized. Council is considering a $90,000 severance package for its members. How can Council think only of themselves and not about the citizens who voted them into power and expect their councillors to keep their word?
Would ask for quiet in the chambers, please. Neither cheering nor jeering would be appreciated as people speak. Councillor Beale?
I rise on a point of order, and the order is that we are not talking about a severance at all this evening. Thank you.
Well, Councillor, it was on the order paper for this evening up until a few minutes ago. I assume that it was prepared ahead of time.
It was.
Okay.
The thing is that she could have...
Okay, Councillor, thank you.
Discussion was...
Go ahead, please. You have the floor.
Works claims that it cannot find the money in its budget, yet a 5-year contract to collect blue boxes was awarded to Miller Waste Systems. When Durham commissioned Cam Watson to review GNF Waste's proposal, he found that the region could save between $420,000 and $1.8 million over a 5-year period. This information was taken from an article appearing in the Oshawa this week and appeared on Friday, October 25th, 1996. Certainly, we realize that one doesn't always choose the low bidder when going to tender. It is unfortunate because there certainly would have been enough savings there to at least have our recycling picked up. Prior to closing, I'd like to thank again Mr. Booth, who will be speaking in a few minutes, for working with me, Mr. Hugh Taylor, the president of our board, and Councillor Dina Dykstra for her tireless efforts in working on our behalf, and to those owners who came out to show their support. We remind you that the entire Public Works Committee viewed a videotape regarding procedures, and at no time did anyone from the committee ask any questions regarding the tape or procedures. We remind you that DCC 56 already meets much of the criteria set out in Bylaw 60-79. We remind you our pickup is done curbside. We remind you our procedures are safe and efficient. We remind you that we did receive verbal indications that pickup would start, as well as receiving 4 draft agreements, which indicates that city would pick up our garbage. It certainly would be interesting to see what a good lawyer would have to say about this. The phrase class action lawsuit comes to my mind. By changing one word in Bylaw 6079, DCC 56 could indeed meet all requirements. The word is private. If that were changed to curbside, it would be very simple for 56 to be added on for collection. I find it hard to believe that 8 feet of sidewalk is going to play a major factor in this. In closing, we remind you that in accordance with the motion of July 22nd, DCC 56 honored all of its obligations to satisfy the Public Works Committee. We must now insist that City Council and the Public Works Department honor their commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you hold just a moment for questions? Councillor Nicholson?
Mrs. Buttrell, what is the argument that's been put forward? You said something about Works saying they couldn't afford.
We now understand that there's a problem with the budget from Public Works. We've been told this verbally, and that they are going to be rescinding this matter back to Council tonight for reconsideration. So verbally, we've been told that they will not pick up our garbage. We've received no formal written notice to this effect, Councillor Nicholson.
May I ask who verbally passed that information on to you?
Mike Sims from the Public Works Committee.
Are you aware that we have a financial report for councillors on page 656 of our agenda that in fact indicates that the Public Works Service is currently operating on a $17,000 surplus in its budgetary funds? Rather than not having the money, they have $17,000 that they have not expended in this budget. Were you aware of that?
No, would have no access to that kind of report, Councillor Nicholson.
And that information was not communicated to you by anyone?
No, it was not.
That's for the whole department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. You said Mr. Harold Booth? Mr. Booth, would you come forward, please? And Mr. Hugh Taylor, you're welcome to come at the same time. 2 seats here.
Did you hear that, Ed?
Yes, I heard it. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Welcome. Mr. Harold Booth.
How do you do, members of council? I had intended to offer a word of criticism to the Committee of Works, whom we met on July the 16th, on the method and speed at which they read the report coming from the Works Department, which was quite extensive and complex, and the addresses of 3 people. I was amazed to find that a member of the committee immediately offered a motion to turn back the request of DCC 56 for garbage collection. This was without, and I stand to be corrected, this was without any discussion amongst the members of the Works Committee. I was so befuddled that the next day I called a member of the Works Committee and asked what was said immediately after the vote was taken and announced. And I paraphrased because he couldn't recall what it was. And without any argument or dissension, he said, I said to him, I believe you said that by turning down DCC 56, you had successfully turned away 81 possible other applications. I then went to another part of the report. In the report from the Works Department, they had mentioned very clearly all of our equipment that we have in numbers and their role. Of that list, 14 were 2-wheeled containers in which blue box material is placed in and supposedly picked up from curbside. When I mentioned this to that member of the committee, he had failed, he said, to notice it and failed to hear my remarks on it. That in itself was a $5,000 bill to DCC 56. Another point that I raised was that in the latter pages of the Works Department report, it mentioned very clearly that there would be 81 other, in fact, a total 82 buildings in Oshawa who did not comply with bylaw 6079. and that the cost would be $170,000 to the city. I take exception to that $170,000 being a cost to the city. That $170,000 was picked up in tax revenue, and amongst that $170,000 was $20,000 of ours, which we never got anything for. I also should just mention quickly that our building was declared built by the assessment department in 1976. This bylaw was passed in 1979. At no time in going back through planning board papers, etc., did I ever find anything referring to not picking up garbage from DCC 56. As I understand it, the Works Department covers their estimates of the cost of garbage collection for those who qualify under Bylaw 6079. Should an extra load be imposed, there is a strong possibility the Works Department should look to Council for extra funds, and because garbage is important, Council would find the money. Budgeting is not an art. One can rely on history, anticipated increases or decreases in weight or volume, changes in miles to be hauled, wages and inflation, and come up with a budget. I happened to come up through a company where it was just as bad to come in under budget as it was to come in over budget. It was truly something we worked at diligently. It is also true that it's common knowledge that some company directors look after themselves by liberal contingency reserves. The tax system in Oshawa starts out with an independent assessment which advises the city of Oshawa of the value of the land and buildings in the city. The city now knows how much money it needs to supply its various departments, and by dividing that amount into the total assessment, the city can strike a mill rate, which determines what each taxpayer must pay for that year. As we all know, if a complex does not receive a service, it is not recognized, and that complex must pay that tax as if he did receive the service. That is the position we're in today. Council should, however, see that a taxpayer should have every opportunity to use that service, and that is exactly where we in DCC 56 finds itself today, where the word private in Bylaw 6079 requires us to pay for what we don't get. Council, the last time that I appeared, did that, providing we could satisfy the Commissioner of Works that our operation could meet their standards. We have the best system of any building in Oshawa, and I suggest at the lowest cost. We in DCC 56 spent at this time in blue box collection in the building $4,000. Transportation by outside carrier for the blue box program cost of $5,000. Trucking of compacted bins, $20,000. And as it is now, we pay for pickup in the tax bill, and for that actual haulage by private trucker, an amount equal to that we pay the city, or $40,000. We pay twice what we should. This has been going on since 1979. That is the inception of this bylaw 6079. I suggest to Council it is time to correct a wrong that has gone on far too long. You made a right decision at the last meeting. I hope you have the courage to stand behind that decision tonight. Budget making is not a science. However, it takes courage to correct the wrong that has gone on for years. To those members of council who came here tonight to reverse a decision, I ask you to give your decision a great deal of thought. Eliminate the word private from bylaw 6079 and give DCC 56 what it has deserved for years. I'd now like to turn to the bylaw itself, 6079. I don't suppose that you people carry a bucket of bylaws around with you, but...
You're almost out of time, Mr. Booth.
Am I?
Yes, so you go ahead with that.
Okay. Section 1, paragraph 105, DC qualifies under this description, which happens to be a commercial complex. Paragraph 2.4, the city shall enter private property to pick up unless the Commissioner of Works agrees, shall not enter. Except by the order of the Commissioner of Works, no city refuse collector or refuse collection vehicle owned or rented by the city shall enter private property for the purpose of collecting refuse. Such an order will not be issued unless it is deemed feasible and economical for the city to do so. All city requirements have been met, and the procedures of Section 5.3 are complied with. Section 2.5, paragraph 2.5, the city shall provide refuse collection service as detailed in this bylaw. The level of service shall be outlined in Schedule A, with the exception of those properties listed in Schedule B of this order. Schedule A happens to call for private property, pickup on private property. In the previous one, it referred to you had to have special permission. It had to be deemed feasible and economical, but all of a sudden it becomes unnecessary to go by that one. You go to Schedule A.
Would appreciate it if you would wrap up. We have 3 speakers on the one item, and it's normally just 10 minutes total.
Well, I guess I should, I would have to go on.
We'll just give you a chance to wrap up.
Okay. I will, since I'm running out of time, I will just close by saying that somewhere along the line, the authors of bylaw 6079 started out to provide garbage pickup to every feasible citizen or complex in the city of Oshawa that the Commissioner could approve. I insist upon saying the Commissioner must approve. I have viewed places that pickup is made that is questionable, but certainly we, as I said before, at DCC 56 have undoubtedly the best pickup point and the most economical point and the safest point in the city of Oshawa. And I would ask council to, in some manner, amend bylaw 6079 to take out the word private and to reestablish that the Commissioner of Works be the judge of whether a place is fit for pickup in total. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Booth. Are there any questions? No, thank you.
Mr. Hugh Taylor, please, President of DCC 56.
Good evening, Mr. Taylor. Welcome to council.
Thank you. You'll be pleased to hear that I'm going to be very short. I think most of the detail has been covered either at the last meeting or with the two speakers before me. On the 11th of November 1975, the plans for DCC 56 building were submitted to council and passed without restriction. They included a garbage room and loading bay. And that garbage room and loading bay were built in accordance with those plans. Despite that fact, despite the approval, we have never had garbage collection from the city of Oshawa since that time. I, in the last few days, as you may have guessed, have received a large number of telephone calls. On Friday, I averaged 7 an hour from unit owners in the complex. At one time, they were frustrated. They were relieved in July. Now they're just angry. The one thing they wanted to know from me was how much was this costing them? And my answer is $60 per unit per annum. It costs us $63 per unit for our private collection. And for once, I agree with the Commissioner. He produces a figure of $170,000 for 3,000 units, which gives approximately $58 per thousand. That is what these people around here are paying in addition to the taxes for an essential service that we think should be supplied by council. I'm afraid, and very much afraid, from the reaction of my unit owners, that the reason they want this figure of $60 is to deduct that from the next payment of taxes. Now, two wrongs don't make a right. I don't think anybody should have to go to that length to sort out an injustice. At the present moment, council is seriously considering going against the word. I don't think any council or any business should ever get in the situation where they lose their credibility and they lose their trust by reversing a decision under pressure from an inside committee. Now, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Mr. Taylor? Councillor Boychin.
At any time since the meeting in July, have you had any meetings with any of the people on the Works Committee?
Not on the committee. I have had meetings with Mike Sims, who was extremely helpful.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Staff. Anybody on the Works
Nope.
Committee itself?
The first thing we knew was a week ago, out of the blue, that the 1st of November was cancelled. I had already cancelled the agreement to collect the garbage from the 1st. I've had to reinstate that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Item number 2 is Rob Colley Developments. Mr. Rob Colley requesting that he and Mr. Ken Beeler, on behalf of TDL Group, address council item 1 of the Executive Committee report. Would you come forward, please, gentlemen? Just one?
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
You have up to 10 minutes, and then if you would please stay for any questions. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council, on behalf of Tim Hortons, I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. My name is Kenneth Beeler. I am legal counsel with Tim Hortons. I regret I'm not going to have as passionate or as a lengthy speech as the previous speakers. I'm going to make the matter very brief. As you're well aware, this matter has been endorsed by the Executive Committee, and unless there are any questions, what I propose to do is merely to concur with the report of your legal director as endorsed and adopted by the committee in the meeting of, if I recall, October 28th. I'm not sure if there's anybody here from the board this evening. I wasn't notified whether there was going to be anybody. I'm assuming if they're not here that they also agree with the endorsement of the Executive Committee. And on that basis, I will leave it at that, and thank you for your time and welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, I don't know. I wouldn't make any assumptions about the board. Are there any questions on the issue of the development charges? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Escalator Handrail Company, Mr. Ron Ball, the president, is not able to be here this evening, and he has requested that Mr. William D. Little address council on the development charge complaint hearing for 1287 Boundary Road. Come forward, Mr. Little. Welcome back to Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam.
Good to see you again. You would have up to 10 minutes, and then for any questions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is William D. Little. I am here this evening representing the Escalator Handrail Company, located in Oshawa at 1287 Boundary Road. Mr. Ron Ball, President and CEO, has asked me to represent him this evening in his absence. I have been associated personally with the Escalator Handrail Company through my own company, Corporate Marketing and Motivation, since 1981, and have been responsible for their global marketing strategies, and have also worked with Mr. Ball on special assignment consulting projects throughout those years. The Escalator Handrail Company is proud to play a leading role in an industry that touches the lives of millions of people around the world every day. Its handrails are found on escalators in more than 60 countries. The company began operations in 1977 and moved to Oshawa in 1988, building a new corporate office and manufacturing facility at 1287 Boundary Road. Since that time, plants have been established in Davenport, Iowa, Bayswater, Germany, and recently in Shanghai, China, including the Buffalo, New York plant, which was established in 1986, and a quick service depot established in Edison, New Jersey in 1995. The Escalator Handrail Company now has over 280 employees worldwide, with 165 being employed in Oshawa. I am here this evening to protest in the strongest language possible the Escalator Handrail Company's objection to the non-residential development charges levied by the Durham Board of Education, the Durham Roman Catholic School Board, and the Oshawa Public Utilities Commission. These charges, collected by the City of Oshawa on behalf of the Boards of Education and Utilities Commission, were levied on the approximate 30,000 square foot new addition to the Escalator Handrail Company's Boundary Road facility. I would like to give you a little background on this situation. The Escalator Handrail Company decided in late 1994 that it required a doubling of the size of its head office and plant to allow for an expansion of manufacturing capacity, improved research and development facilities, and to house the growing administrative needs of an expanding global company. Planning and designing for the addition began, and in April 1995, the company was in a position to request a building permit to proceed with construction. This permit was calculated to cost approximately $10,000 and was included in the original building budget. It was at this time, to the company's dismay, that they were confronted with non-residential development charges of an extra $28,300.20, of which $13,164.80 was PUC levy and $15,134.40 Board of Education levy. The company's first reaction was to cancel the project. After all, the company had already invested over $32,000 for surveys, architectural, structural, mechanical, plumbing, storm drainage, sprinkler and electrical drawings, and a further $60,000 in extending and upgrading services to the site, including the supply and installation of a new 500 kVA pad-mounted transformer, which they paid the PUC. Before the shovel could even go in the ground, the company had invested over $100,000, and they were now faced with an extra $28,000. After much sobering thought, it was decided that the company was too far committed to its customers' expectations to stop the process. It had no choice but to proceed by paying the development charges. However, it did so under protest and is now demanding refund and a cessation of further charges. Mr. Ronald H. Ball, the president and CEO of Escalator Handrail Company, was born and raised in Oshawa and wants very much for this city to remain the site of the headquarters of his worldwide organization. Although his heart is with the city where he lives and has raised his family, it has become economically unfeasible to consider future expansion in Oshawa because of the non-residential development charges, especially when you consider at the time of the latest development, his Oshawa expansion on Boundary Road, Scarborough had a moratorium on charging any development charges whatsoever. And today, simply by crossing the East Oshawa town line, the Northumberland Board of Education has no development fees. How then can we stand by and accept these extra levies and the disadvantages to not only the companies that must pay them, to the city of Oshawa, but also to the city of Oshawa as it affects the creation of jobs, which is the lifeblood of the community. The new Escalator Handrail Company addition has created 25 new jobs. If you assume an average income of $35,000, just think of the economic impact the 25 jobs have had in our community, with shelter, food, clothing, automobiles, etc. How can the boards of education be so blind as to not see that by charging $15,000 one-time non-residential development fee, Oshawa almost lost these jobs, and the Board of Education almost lost their 48 to 52% share of $60,000 to $70,000 estimated annual taxes from the new addition, which would go on in perpetuity. Over just a 10-year period, they would have lost over $300,000 in taxes, all for the sake of a $15,000 charge tax grab. Everyone at the city and the regional levels understands that economic enterprise, commercial enterprise, I should say, are the engine of economic development, and that our area, unlike downtown Toronto, has a potential of 100 years of commercial growth ahead of it. In order to get our share of that growth, we must become competitive. The Board of Education and PUC non-residential development fees will make this task impossible. Everywhere in the world that the Escalator Handrail Company has expanded, they have been welcomed with open arms. And governments and municipalities who understand that startup costs must be minimized to enjoy long-term tax and economic gains. From Davenport, Iowa to Buffalo, New York, Bayswater, Germany to Shanghai, China, they have policies to entice and maintain non-residential development. Why not here, is the question. The current site plan agreement at 1287 Boundary Road allows for another 14,000 square feet of plant. It is not likely that another addition will ever be built on this site if the current non-residential development charges stay in place. Without the possibility of an economically feasible expansion in the future, the threat of losing 165 jobs that now exist in Oshawa is very real. As a company that wishes to stay in Oshawa, the Escalator Handrail Company, through myself and Mr. Ronald H. Ball, President and CEO, urge this council to support a motion requesting that the City of Oshawa write the Durham Board of Education, the Durham Region Roman Catholic Separate School Board, and the Oshawa Public Utilities Commission, asking them to rescind their non-residential development charges and to request a refund for those who have been forced to pay this unfair taxation. Your understanding and your follow-up on this important matter will be very much appreciated by the Escalator Handrail Company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Little. Questions? Councillor Luchik?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Little, you seem to be pointing the finger at the city of Oshawa for these difficulties. How much in levies did the Escalator Handrail Company have to pay to the city of Oshawa?
The city of Oshawa levies were approximately $32,000.
Not on industrial commercial. Pardon? No.
My understanding that the levies for the city of Oshawa were zero.
Zero.
The levies?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about permits and so on and so forth.
So the development
No,
levy...
I was including in the $32,000 a fee for public works services and so on.
Oh.
In regards to levies, no.
So the only levies that have been charged to the Escalator Handrail Company have been from the Durham Board of Education, the separate board, and the public utilities. Is that right?
That's correct, outside of permits.
All right. So I just wanted to make that clear that they are the culprits in this whole scenario.
I think, Councillor Luchek, that I mentioned that in my speech here that the City of Oshawa only collected those levies on behalf of the boards of education and the public utilities.
You didn't mention that, and I just wanted to be clear that the city collected zero in levies, and the Board of Education and the separate board and the public utilities are the big vacuum cleaner on this one.
We know, as Escalator Handrail Company, that the council has been, in our view, opposed to these charges. What we are here for this evening is an attempt to have the council go back to the drawing board for our company and for the future of this community as pertains to jobs. 165 jobs in this city have been created by this corporation. And I think the main point here is that there is room for 14,000 square feet more on this building. With the growth of this company, I'm not sure they'll make the decision to stay here.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Little, and I agree with everything you said 100%, and I just wanted to make sure we're clear on where the levies went. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Just trying to be clear on the position of the company. You are aware of the motion out of executive committee as a result of your application?
I understand that there may be a recommendation of a letter going to the separate school board and to the Durham Board of Education and to the Oshawa Public Utilities Commission.
Okay. Would your company be in support of the position brought forward by the city that this should be rescinded?
That the development charges
That the development charges should be rescinded?
Yes.
We certainly are.
So you are in support of the city's position?
We are.
Thank you.
Councillor Beale?
Mr. Little has already mentioned exactly what I was going to ask him. Thank you.
Councillor Pidrebecki?
Madam Mayor, just a question to Mr. Little. Have you approached these other three culprits with regard to your feelings in the company here at this point in time? If not, why not?
Well, I understand that certainly that there's been a lot of conversation, non-formal. But the situation with the legislation with the Ontario government, which gives the power to the culprits, as you call them, we felt that the best position that the Escalator Handrail Company could take would be to continue their effort through the City of Oshawa, because we believe that this situation that the Escalator Handrail Company finds itself in, they're not alone. We're talking about the economic viability of this community versus those who are competing with the City of Oshawa who do not have development charges.
Yeah, just a personal point of view, I would urge you as much as I possibly could to possibly meet with these people and make the presentation you made to us, and perhaps it might make it a little easier for the city when we come along with our motion too at this point in time. Thank you.
We'll take that into advisement. Thank you.
Councillor Claudsey?
Mayor, because the delegation has mentioned my employer, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on this matter that Mr. Little is talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Gray?
Thank you very much. I want to thank the delegation for coming in. Last week at Executive, when we held this development charges hearing, Mr. Fred Ball came in, and he certainly represented the Escalator Handrail Company rather well, and he made it most forceful to us just how detrimental these charges are. And I think everybody who was at the executive meeting took that in. And in fact, there was a number of other councillors who were in attendance at the executive meeting. So I can tell you, your message has been loud and clear with us, and we will do our best to try and focus the energies to the Board of Education and to the PUC so that we can get these levies off industrial and commercial growth. It seems silly to actually want to tax, if you would, an important job creation. So you've actually read the recommendation that we can't do anything on the charges as they apply to your company, but that we can continue to try and force the issue back to the boards of education. You're on to that understanding?
Yes, I am, in reading the report.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wiley?
Madam Mayor, I'll make the same conflict. Sorry, the same declaration of interest.
Okay, were there any further questions? I think you are aware that
We have met at the Board of Education, the 8 regional mayors and the former regional chair specifically on this item. And the Director of Economic Development and I also made a presentation to the Oshawa Public Utilities Commission. So the report tonight was a question of timing, but Council, in passing that, will take up the battle again. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ray Kissel, please. And although the book says Executive Committee report, it's a Public Works concerning traffic conditions on Mary Street North.
Madam Mayor, I do believe that Mr. Kissel is not here this evening.
All these people got up and I wasn't sure who was coming. All right.
Okay,
All right, we'll hold.
But I do want to say on his behalf that he does support the Public Works recommendation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. The Oshawa Downtown Board of Management, Mr. Darrell Sherman, Mr. Peter Tracus, and Ms. Louise Parks. Mr. Darrell Sherman? Get yourself settled there. Just move that over here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I have to say I honestly don't know where to begin tonight. As I read through the council minutes and the agenda and look at what some of the issues that have come up, there's a couple of more matters that are coming up. I honestly do not know where to begin, but I have to begin somewhere. First of all, I'm going to speak as the chair of the Downtown Oshawa Board of Management. And officially, I'm speaking regarding a document called Planning for Economic Development, the Official Plan Review. This is the discussion paper. But before I get into that, I have to say that there are several things that are very disturbing that are happening in our downtown and around our downtown. The first of which is the first matter that came up tonight, and that's the issue of picking up garbage in our downtown. McLaughlin Square is not officially within the jurisdiction of the Downtown Board. They're physically across the street. Where we end, they begin. And I happen to have been in council when this matter was discussed before. And although they have not approached the board, and this matter is not strictly within the confines of the board, it is a downtown matter. These people are downtown residents. They're part of the downtown community. And I just want to say, please pick up their garbage. Thank you on that matter. Second matter that's coming up tonight. There's so much in here, I can't believe it. And this is something that just brought to my attention. You're going to hear from a group regarding development charges in downtown Oshawa, and this is regarding Ontario Street. And I don't want to steal their thunder, other than to say that these are people in our community who have taken vacant, unused commercial property and are turning it into residential use. And for that, they've been told they have to pay $10,000. We've had discussions, and this is something that's on our agenda at the Downtown Board, is to discuss how we can convert the use of non-usable or non-used commercial property, whether that's above old stores, whether that's vacant space that's just not being used. Some of it hasn't been used for years. To convert that into residential uses. And I've had actually meetings with the city manager and the commissioner of planning on this. They're very supportive of the idea and the concept. They're looking for, the discussion was anyone who wants to convert their use. It's very difficult because we have to meet codes and there's safety issues and there's all sorts of standards that we must meet to convert an old building into a residence. But when we take someone who wants to live in our downtown and convert unused otherwise not very usable space and want to charge these people thousands of dollars to do that, there's something wrong. And this is not the forum perhaps to get into it, other than I'm going to ask council once again, please look into this. There's a way to get around it. You folks are in charge of doing that. This is another matter that's come up. For a minute before I talk about this, I want to talk about some good news, if I can. There are some good things happening in our downtown and around our city, and things that we should be proud of. And the planning report alluded to the quality of life and all the great things that Oshawa has to offer. We live in a great city. I happen to have been born here, and I'm a lifelong resident, and I feel that Oshawa is my home, and Oshawa is the home of a lot of people who choose to be here. We don't have to live here, we choose to be here. And there are a lot of great things about our city. And let's not forget that. But I have to say, this document that we're talking about tonight really doesn't look at the future. It's really dealing with issues that have come up in the past. I'd like to subtitle it, and it's with respect to the staff who put this together, because they're working from what they had to work with, but this is called Planning from a Rear View Mirror. That's exactly what this document is. This is not a visionary document, I'm sorry. And it really is not an economic development document, and it's really not a planning document, although it's titled so. And I have some comments about whether it's a discussion document, because this is something that we didn't receive until late in the process, and I know this is the beginning of the process that we're discussing tonight. But let's talk a little bit about the future. Let's talk about the vision that we see for our downtown and for our city. Wouldn't it be great when we talk about quality of life, wouldn't it be nice to talk about our waterfront and think about developing our waterfront for our community? I know there's a little bit of talk about in that, but I really don't see a plan for our waterfront. What type of uses we're going to have for that, whether it be residential, whether it be entertainment. Let's talk about in this document that strongly focuses on the absolute need for our Stevenson Road interchange. This is a priority as it's identified. Why? Because Stevenson Road is a shortcut to the airport. Doesn't work, sorry. For $20 million, we're going to prioritize in our document that Stevenson Road is a priority. We know our provincial government's not paying for it. Who's going to pay for it, folks? Take a look around. It's going to be the people of the city of Oshawa who are going to pay $20 million if we want this interchange. And if we look back 13 years to a cause report, this is a report that architects who came to our city to provide free advice said, why don't we look at one of the key streets in our city, like Simcoe Street, for example, that is our gateway to our harbor and our beautiful waterfront. Why aren't we focusing on developing the gateway there? Why aren't we looking at a visionary document that's the gateway to our downtown, our heart of the city? I'm asking you, where is the visionary document? We need to have an exit at Stevenson Road. I haven't heard from General Motors, and my sources tell me that General Motors, and we use General Motors as an example for everything, they need that interchange at Stevenson Road. I'd like to see documentation from General Motors that indicates that we need a $20 million extension at the Stevenson Road. We know who the extension's for. It's for the development that's planned, as we saw, at the Oshawa Center. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute, too. Let's talk about the future of our Oshawa Airport. I sat in a meeting about a year ago with Mayor Diamond and our economic development folks with a Senior Vice President of Bell Canada, and there was one of the things that he was very impressed with was the importance of our Oshawa Airport. It's important that if we're going to be encouraging business in this city, we need to have an airport that's viable, and we need properly serviced flights. And this is a definite resource that needs to be developed, and I know you're working on that. This is what needs to be focused. We need an airline that's going to maybe fly from here into possibly a U.S. city as a connector. I don't know if that's possible now, but maybe we should be working on that. I know we've got local charter airlines, but has anyone ever heard of US Air or Air Canada? or some of the small feeder airlines. Where is that in our visionary document? I didn't see it. Now let's talk a little bit about downtown and the vision that the downtown board and some of our community sees for a downtown. We've talked about the need to redevelop some of these properties for residences. We need to look at a multi-use recreational facility. We have a beautiful, it was 20 some odd years ago, or maybe 30 years ago, when we built the Civic Auditorium. But that auditorium is outdated. We need a new facility. There's talk that the Generals may go somewhere else. We don't want the Oshawa Generals to leave Oshawa. I don't think that's what our community wants. What our community would like would be to have a new facility for them. And where should that facility be? It should be in downtown Oshawa, because that's where our community wants it to be. They want to be able to come downtown and walk the streets at night and go to see a hockey game or a show and go out for dinner. They'd like to be able to see where they're going, by the way, which is another thing that came up in the minutes. There's discussion about our Vision 2000. Our Vision 2000, which this council passed, talks about infrastructure in the future of our downtown. We saw some of the plans tonight. Let's talk about Vision 2000. And in a report from Community Services, there's discussion of, well, we need to infrastructure, we need to have new lighting. We have lights that are out. We just put up our Christmas lights in downtown. They're strung together with extension cords, folks. Take a look. Please don't steal any. We need a new power source. And then we need to connect the power source to a light standard. And then we need to put a light bulb that's going to be bright enough so that people won't be afraid to walk downtown at night. It's a safety matter, and I know it's discussed in your capital budget. I had fun looking at that this weekend. Just as an aside, I know the distribution of this document was limited because they were worried about cutting down too many trees. I saw your capital budget. They cut down a few forests for that.
You're at your 10 minutes.
Have I spoken for 10 minutes already?
Actually, 10 minutes and 56 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up fast. The bottom line here, let's take a look at one thing that we have to address tonight, and that is a change in downtown Oshawa, and it's noted here, actually in your executive summary, that we have to change what downtown Oshawa is and what Oshawa will be. This is, I guess, a visionary document. It says that downtown Oshawa the official plan needs to be amended to specify that the central business district, that's the downtown, is to be planned and developed as a major concentration of retail, service, cultural, institutional, and transportation services in the main central area, and that's the broader area to the Oshawa Center at the west and I think Ritson Road at the east. So they want to change, the recommendation here is to change it from the major concentration to a major concentration. And Mayor Diamond said at our annual general meeting earlier this week, this represents a major shift and focus away from what downtown Oshawa will be in the future. And we're not talking now, we're talking about 15, 20, 30 years from now. So what we need to do tonight, Council, is to take this out. Please. You're sending the wrong message to our city. You're saying that downtown isn't going to be the focus of our cultural and institutions and business in the future. For the next generation, not for us. Well, maybe for me. Thank you. Yes, a few of us. Thank you. Please take this out. Please look at the future. We have too many contradictions here, and this is one that just can't, it just doesn't make sense. Finally, I was fortunate to have lunch with the mayor of Kitchener on a fact-finding expedition. Kitchener has one thing I learned as an aside, if we could dig for gas wells, we'd have a lot of money. Kitchener has a lot of money because they have gas coming through their downtown.
Could you summarize now, please? You're way over the time.
Thank you. I thought you should know that.
Thank you very much.
Start drilling. People who come to Kitchener to live or to invest or to work in their city. The mayor told me one of the things they do after they look around to invest is they come to their downtown. That downtown is a signal, it's an indication of the life of their community. And if we talk about, as Mr. Draws did, the quality of life, we must have a strong downtown that's going to represent a great place to come in the future for our family. And we're getting there, we're working on it. But this, with the direction this is going to take, there's a serious problem. And I ask you to address it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Mr. Sherman? No, thank you very much. Mr. Peter Tracus, please.
I'll hold off for another time, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you'll pass this evening. Ms. Louise Parks, please.
Your Worship, I intended to address the girl bus.
Okay, you're not on the agenda for that. Would you like to take your time here to do it?
Yes.
Okay. For members of council, we had an added item at the end of the executive committee this morning that was not on our agenda, and it is the mural bus to an historic bus for Oshawa Transit. And Louise Parks has been very instrumental in achieving the funding for this. So I'll take your time that you have here, and you could swing it into the bus, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't want to interfere with the documents that are already posted, so we're going to hold this up in two levels. This project originally came from a transit driver, Richard Oldfield. He has been working for the last 2 years in speaking with his superiors at Oshawa Transit with regards to taking the idea of murals and putting it on a bus. Now, he was very successful in taking his idea to Norm Tweedle, who endorsed it, and they in fact found a bus 112, which actually almost ran me over when I was walking across King Street this evening, so it's certainly in service in and around our downtown. Once Richard approached the mural committee through me, we in turn realized that we had a bus. It was in regular service, it had a new engine, all we had to do was find the money to paint it. So I approached the Rotary Club of Oshawa. That's the club that's been in existence since 1922, and they were pleased to provide a $2,500 donation for the painting of the bus. I also approached the Downtown Oshawa Board of Management, who is very aggressively pushing the idea of tourism and generating tourism in our downtown, as well as highlighting our significant attractions, including Parkwood, the Canadian Automotive Museum, as well as the Robert McLaughlin Galleries, and of course the murals. Then the Oshawa Transit also approached DuPont, which has a special program providing paint for worthy community groups. So with those three sponsors, as well as the hard work of Oshawa Transit, we have a bus. We've went to an artist that we had selected this year, David Yateman, because he had specific experience in painting a bus and was quite capable of doing so. He also had the right price. What you see here is his artist rendering, and we've carried through the theme of General Motors and really how the carriage works made that paradigm shift that was so important and developed the industry that we have today that represents 90% of our economic base. It starts with a carriage in front of McLaughlin Carriage Work, then goes through to an assembly line, and then there's a vehicle, McLaughlin Buick, carrying 4 travelers. And that's on one side. The other side is actually a history of transit in Oshawa, from the early streetcar coming up the old streetscape in the downtown to the first bus, that motorized bus that was put in service in Oshawa. Also, if I can just get you to show the back now of the bus. Turn around. Okay, we got one more sheet for the back of the bus. Rotary had put some money aside. This was obviously an unbudgeted item. Rotary had put some money aside with regards to doing signage at our entryways, and we were lucky enough to convince them that wouldn't this be better signage driving around downtown Oshawa. So what we have in fact is the artist himself, David Yateman, on some scaffolding, and it's painting the Rotary Club of Oshawa since 1920, and there are 2 children. We'll be getting permission, of course, to carry the likenesses of 2 children that are sponsored by the good work that Rotary does with Easter Seals and other clubs for physically challenged children. So it really is a good news story. The life of the bus should be 5. I think realistically it'll be 10 to 12 years. Oshawa Transit does a very good job in keeping their stock on the roads. Also, the drivers are very enthusiastic, and there's already been volunteers to ensure that this Rotary bus is placed in the Fiesta Parade, the Santa Claus Parade, and any bus rodeos that happen around Ontario. So we suspect that this potentially could be an award winner. So I hope you, what we need at this point is approval from Council with regards to the maquette so that we can invite the artist to begin painting. We've been through the various levels of approval. There's just a couple of people on the mural committee yet that haven't seen it. Otherwise, it's been to Transit Executive, to the Downtown Oshawa Board of Management, and to the Rotary Club. Again, thank you, sponsors. This is a project that would not have been possible without the participation of the Rotary Club of Oshawa and the Downtown Oshawa Board of Management, as well as DuPont and Oshawa Transit, and of course the Downtown Action Committee and the Mural Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question, Councillor Pitterbecki?
Obviously, the transit employees and the Transit Commission is wholeheartedly behind this. And just a couple of things. I don't think we mentioned the fact that I think DuPont is donating the paint for this particular bus.
Yes, it is. DuPont.
Okay,
yeah.
And it's we're going to advertise that on the back of the bus.
Yeah, it's actually going to be going over the driver's window, so it'll be very prominent.
Well, I think we can debate that one a little later. I guess. The other thing is the colors. I think we're looking for the color that was instituted many years ago when we first had transit, and the I guess the little train that went down south down to the lake and back. Trolley, I think it was a wine color. Is that what we're looking for, I think, at this point in time?
Yes, fortunately, Richard Oldfield is a transit historian, and David Yateman will be working with their individual that's responsible, I guess, in the maintenance area, so we'll be trying to identify the correct colors, etc. And I know Richard won't let anything like that go by without providing the correct colors, etc.
Now, I think the interior, there's not going to be any advertising. There's going to be historical pictures of Oshawa and the growth of the city and everything?
The intent is to mix the historical pictures with pictures of the major attractions like Parkwood and the Robert McLaughlin Gallery and the Automotive Museum, pictures of the artists actually painting the downtown murals, as well as the historical photos that they've been taken from. And of course, there'll be internal inside information with regards to the good works that the sponsors provide. Rotary, for instance, has student exchanges and scholarships, and that's a great way of getting that news out to the public.
Thank you. The Transit Commission certainly is behind this 100%. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. Item number 7 is an Executive Committee Development Charge Complaint hearing for Ontario Street. Mr. Athanasoulis, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the name. You'll come and help me. Oh, you're both going to come? Okay, sorry, I only had the one name. Well, that's okay. Okay. My apologies, and you please do give me correct pronunciation.
No, you said it perfectly.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring my glasses, so I have to read it with some difficulty. Your Worship, dear councillors, complaint development charges 11 Ontario Street. Before we state our reasons for complaining about the development charges for 11 Ontario Street in Oshawa, we would like to draw your attention to the several questions of how we are going to revitalize the downtown Oshawa. We are doing this with the hope that you will view our specific request for a more positive and sympathetic point of view. The paper titled Oshawa Market Stats at a Glance, published by the City of Oshawa, states among others that 179,171 square feet out of 751,399 square foot retail space in the Central Business District is vacant, or 23.8%. B. 332,863 square feet out of 1,390,947 square feet of office space in the central business district is vacant, or 23.9%. Our question is, what do we do with this enormous vacancy of commercial space? The answer to this question, in our humble opinion, is conversion to residential space. Here I will read the thoughts of a friend of ours, aged 71, which is prepared on our request. This is a letter written by George Armenis, age 71, and his phone number is 438-0644. Revitalizing downtown Oshawa. For a retired or an older person living in downtown Oshawa is ideal. Almost everything is within walking distance of a few blocks, which eliminates the everyday need for a car. Downtown Oshawa is very suited for single young at heart, active seniors who do not want to maintain a large house or a large apartment. The city is well designated for the older person who is still healthy and can take care of himself. There is no doubt that the city was designed for the walking persons and not for the car. The city blocks are small and the streets are relatively narrow, with wide, well-lit pavements. The addition of benches, flowers and murals and mural paintings seems to indicate that the city fathers have the pedestrians in mind. During the day, it really is pleasure to walk downtown and feel the activity of a vibrant city. But in the evening, downtown is quiet and somewhat sad. Why? Simply because not many people live there. The city core is dominated by commerce. Very few people live downtown, which prevents a sense of community from developing. If we had a better mix of small residential spaces with commerce, the center of our city will not be deserted in the evening. From my point of view, this beautiful, well-designated city of Oshawa, its core should be adapted for the active, young at heart, older persons who is looking for limited accommodation, nothing very fancy or very expensive. By living in an area, one cannot help but support the local merchants and build a lasting friendship with them. Slowly, these same merchants will adapt and learn to cater to his needs, thus building us the needed sense of community. In my humble opinion, revitalizing downtown Oshawa is dependent on building low-cost, relatively small residential accommodation for single older persons. Like ourselves, George Armenis is a resident of downtown Oshawa. He lives in our building and is pleased of doing so. He points out that the city core may be converted to attract young at heart, older persons. If we build small residential spaces, we agree with him 100% and we add to it to attract the unattached professional, administrative clerk, factory worker, store worker, etc. because these people like to reside in the downtown area. It is very fashionable to be unattached these days. They in turn will start walking the now deserted downtown area in the afternoons and evenings. These same people will become shoppers to support the presently dying little shop, and they will encourage new store owners to reopen their shops. Our humble opinion is that you, being our city fathers, should encourage this conversion from commercial to residential space in the downtown area, Oshawa, with all our enthusiasm and all the power vested on you. Therefore, we strongly believe that together with the other tools, low interest loans for stores, fronts, murals, abolition of one-way streets, etc., the development charges should be abolished, at least for the central business district of Oshawa. This way, the Vision 2000 plan will come true. Getting to the specific complaint for the development charges for 11 Ontario Street, Oshawa, we detect two errors in the application of the existing bylaws. Number one, the words development and redevelopment are not defined in the Development Charges Act. Therefore, their meaning should be expansion or growth as it is stated in any English dictionary. The change of use, therefore, from commercial space to residential that we have implemented in 11 Ontario Street cannot be considered to be neither expansion for growth because it did not add any space to the existing floor space. If the law makers wanted to include that change from commercial to residential and vice versa, they would have stated it. Number two, the law makes mandatory that the development charge may be imposed, Section 3, Chapter D9, stating the Council of a municipality may pass bylaws for the imposition of development charges against land if the development of the land would increase the need for services. This mandatory requirement does not apply at 11 Ontario Street. The change of use from commercial to residential cannot establish the claim for more services. We understand that these development charges may have been imposed and paid for under the same circumstances. However, if errors occurred before this fact does not justify the repetition of the errors. Therefore, respectfully, we request the refund of the development charges that we have paid for 11 Ontario Street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Do you have anything to add this evening?
No.
No? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Item number 8, Susan Cumming, on behalf of 290572 Ontario Limited, Jeffrey Holmes, on a planning and development application for an Oshawa official plan amendment and secretary plan for Samac community. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you.
You have a system now up to 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes, no more, no less. In fact, I will be extremely brief. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Certainly are on the bright lights up here. I'm here this evening on behalf of Jeffrey Holmes, who I think is familiar in terms of the building record before you. Some time ago, an official plan amendment application was filed with the city, and we have reviewed a number of very significant components through the planning staff report. You have before you this evening, I believe it's item 1 of the Planning and Development Committee report, a recommendation from your planning committee to approve and support the application. We are here this evening to support that recommendation and to urge you to move forward with the planning approvals for this project. This is the official plan stage. We're looking forward to filing a draft plan application in near time so that we can then begin the development of the property. The recommendations, I believe, are on page 104 of your report, and we certainly concur with the staff recommendations as they are put. We have no further requests or changes to those recommendations. As indicated, Mr. Jeffrey is anxious to proceed, and other than that, I would just ask that we begin that next stage, which is the draft plan process. So I know you've got a lengthy meeting, and I won't add to that length. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the deputation? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any matters to be tabled to be lifted from the table? No? Councillor Nicholson?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a motion indicating that the rules of procedure for tonight's council meeting be amended to bring the matter of a notice of motion by Councillor Spring forward at this time in the meeting.
I'm sorry, that the rules be waived in order to?
The rules of order of procedure
Yes.
be forward to allow the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Spring to be dealt with at this time.
The Public Works item? Okay?
It's not a public works item, it's a notice of
Well,
motion.
it's a notice of motion, but I just wanted to,
Yes.
which it was. It's the refuse pickup at DCC 56.
I have a
Who's your
seconder.
seconder, please, on waiving the rules? Councillor Clark?
Just out of courtesy, the last meeting of council, when we had a matter where there was a number of people present, we moved the airport
There's
issue
no
up.
debate on a motion to waive the rules.
Oh, sorry.
So on the motion that the rules be waived, which requires a 2/3 vote, it's going to be 10, I think, because we've got one out, 115. Okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. We'll bring forward the notice of motion. It's at the back of the front section, just before planning. Page 115. Thank you. There is no debate on a motion for reconsideration, and if a motion of reconsideration is successful, the original motion is reopened as though it has not been voted upon. So it would reopen the July item. I have, let's let Councillor Spring make her notice.
Madam Mayor, since we've been sitting here for quite some time, would I be in order to bring forward the motion that we have an adjournment or a brief recess? I think a lot of people coughing and wanting to get out of here.
Okay, you could request a recess, and we'll test council if...
Madam Mayor, I would do so. I'd
almost 9
request
o'clock.
a recess at this
15
time.
15 minutes?
Please.
Okay. Has there been a request for a 15-minute recess? Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That is a staff recommendation that the city would not be able to provide the service, but that's the second part. The motion is to reconsider. There's no debate on it, Councillor Nicholson.
Obviously, council are going to vote whatever way they want. If they support the McLaughlin Sewer garbage pickup, they vote no, and if they don't support, they vote yes?
Okay.
Is that correct?
If members of council support reopening the issue,
Correct.
they would vote yes for reconsideration.
And if they don't, they
members of
support no.
council do not support reopening
So
the
that.
issue, they would vote no.
Yeah, recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested by several people, Mr. Clerk, so you could...
On the motion, Councillor Aker.
On the reconsideration, yes.
Councillor Beal. Yes. Councillor Boychin. No. Councillor Clark.
No.
Mayor Diamond.
No.
Councillor Dykstra.
No.
Councillor Gray.
No.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
Councillor Kolodzi.
Yes.
Councillor Luchik.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
Please cast a sixth vote of no.
Councillor Pidravecki.
Yes.
Councillor Potticari.
Yes.
Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
That's 10 affirmative, 6 negative.
The motion to reconsider is lost, so the position stands as directed. Now, this leaves the Public Works Committee in a very difficult situation because an item was referred back to staff and is at the committee. Councillor Spring, what was the status at your committee? The agreement was returned to committee, and I think primarily on the financial. And then what else? Is there a secondary proposal from your committee?
No, there isn't, Mayor Diamond. The last motion before us that was put forward by this committee, which was basically to ratify an agreement and that the cost of refuse collection for McLaughlin Square in the amount of $15,500 be budgeted from the corporate budget. That motion lost. There was then a motion to refer it to Public Works Committee which also lost, and that was followed by my motion for reconsideration. We do not have another motion to present the council this evening.
Okay, so we're in limbo at the moment. I've got Councillors Dykstra and Nicholson. Maybe, would you, we brought the reconsideration forward. You're passing now, Councillor Nicholson?
I'd like to move a motion that's listed, the motion is listed on page 423 of the council minutes at the back of the book. It's on under item 1 of the report of the Public Works Committee.
I'm sorry, you said page?
423 of the City Council minutes of October 21st, 96, at the back of the book.
There seems to be so much paper here tonight. Okay, page 423.
The motion is at the bottom of the page. It is a recommendation of the Public Works Committee that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the agreement generally in accordance with the draft agreement appended as attachment number 1 to the Commissioner of Public Works Services report dated 1996-10-15 on item number 596 for the provision of city refuse collection to DCC number 56.
Okay. Would you move a motion to waive the rules in order to allow the introduction of a motion?
Why would we need to waive the rules, Madam Mayor? The issue is before us. I'm just confused.
Because we brought the reconsideration forward, but this actually is not an item on the Public Works agenda. But if we need to solve it, okay, you're moving this one?
For purposes of procedure, I move that the rules of procedure be waived to allow this item to be dealt with at this time.
Thank you. Seconder? To allow it to be dealt with, Councillor Clark.
How many votes do you have to have now to make it? Simple majority or 2/3?
No, I'm not trying to block something. We have a problem now that we have an issue.
We have to do something.
That is midstream.
Do you need 2/3 votes for this reconsideration? Yes, you do.
No, it's a motion to waive the rules in order to allow the introduction of a motion. Those in favor? Yep. Okay, recorded vote. Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure that we do the process. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Luchik. Councillor Mason. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pidrebecki.
No.
Councillor Potticary.
No.
Councillor Spring. No. Councillor Wiley.
No.
Councillor Aker.
No.
Councillor Beal.
No.
Councillor Boychin.
No.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
Yes.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
No.
Councillor Kolodzi. That's 5 affirmative, 11 negative.
Okay. Yes, we're going to have to refer this item to the committee.
That's all. I'm just, could you put my name on the order paper so that I may introduce this motion under the report of the Public Works at the appropriate time?
I'm sorry, that you may?
Move this motion again in the report of the Public Works?
But no, the rules, we requested a permission to bring it forward. That has been denied. And
when is the appropriate time to bring it forward?
Well, I think that the item is going to have to be referred, that Public Works is going to have to be given direction to come back with a report on this item. Because we're in limbo now.
Madam Mayor, they came back with a report. And I'm trying to be fair to this procedure. They came back with a report. That report was defeated.
Yes.
They complied with the direction. Council has control of the issue now. They moved a motion to reconsider. That was defeated.
Yes.
So the original commitment stands. The motion passed by original council. So we have to exercise that motion.
Well, Councillor Nicholson.
Tell me when council can do that under motion.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just about to tell him. Councillor Nicholson, would you sit down, please? Councillor Potticary, sit down. The item is at this moment in a jurisdictional gridlock, as the Honourable David Crombie would say. We are not going to solve it on this floor at the moment when 11 to 5, the council was not prepared to look at that issue tonight. So we've got to get it back to the committee and ask the committee to come forward. This item is still outstanding. The council has not reconsidered the direction that was given in July, and the committee needs to come back with some form of agreement.
Madam Mayor, could you assist me then further? Would it be in order, if you can't bring it through Public Works, would it be in order to move this under motions later in the meeting?
No, it's still a substantive motion. It's a financial item, and it needs to get the approval of council. And council, on the vote of 11 to 5, excuse me, said no.
May I ask you to consult with the city clerk if he would...
Okay.
I'm just a question.
Mr. Clerk,
Could you consult
would
with the
you
clerk?
consider, as we get to the Public Works report, if there is a way that we can work this appropriately back to the committee, because we are caught both sides here. Now, let's get the planning. We will have to work it out. The item has, the vote for reconsideration has been defeated. Therefore, the July vote is in place, but there is still a problem to figure out how that is going to happen and under what agreement. Okay? Could I have the report of the Planning Committee, Councillor Wiley?
You want to deal with the official plan review, the 38th report first?
Sure.
On page 103.
Mm-hmm.
I would be pleased to move the 38th report of the Planning Committee and the official plan review. This is one that was held over from the last meeting.
Thank you.
I would like to make an introductory comment, but...
Certainly. You want to speak to it? Okay. Councillor Wiley?
Yes, I was just going to state, Madam Mayor, that as the presentation indicated this evening, that this is the official plan review process. And no decisions have been made. No decisions have even been contemplated quite yet. This is a staff proposal that came to the committee. In the normal course of time, all stakeholders who would be affected by the proposals in the official plan review document would be consulted and would be asked for comment before staff came back with a more defined proposal. Surely there are some things in here that we all might have some concerns with. I know that I certainly do. But the process has to unfold as it normally does in this manner. In the final analysis, a public hearing would have to be held at any rate to deal with any and all amendments that might be included in the official plan process. So I just want to state very clearly, and even in the recommendation, words such as a general basis and review process are clearly articulated. And so there's still a long way to go. And the staff certainly will have to take into account not only the comments that we heard this evening, comments that we heard at committee, and comments that we may, in fact, hear from members of council. But there is a long process that still has to be undertaken. And that's why it's being suggested to be received for information so that the process can continue. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment, Madam Mayor. And the amendment would read that this report be circulated to all relevant community organizations for their comment, and that staff compile a response report for the consideration of council at its first meeting of January 1997.
Okay. This is to be received for information, and that it serve as a general basis for the preparation. Right. Where does your amendment fit in?
It adds another section.
Okay. That it be circulated?
That it be circulated to all relevant community organizations for their comment, and that staff compile a response report for the consideration of council at the first meeting of January 1997.
The amendment confuses me, Councillor, in that circulation would be to seek input, and that the assumption would be that council would then not vote upon this until January, and yet the basis of this is that this would be accepted this evening. I just want to check what Councillor Nicholson's trying to do.
I appreciate those comments. We are receiving it for information tonight. That's what I assume is the first relevant section here. and as staff have and Councillor Wiley has indicated, it will be a discussion paper of planning and development service, a general basis for preparation of the related official plan amendments. So staff will use this as in the preparation of documents. I have no problem with that either.
Okay. Would you clarify your amendment then in terms of its intent for council's?
The intent is there are a number of relevant community organizations and individuals, for that matter, whose properties may be impacted by this report, who may wish to offer comment to the process. And therefore my motion, and I will repeat it again, is that this report, the one we have before us, be circulated to the relevant community organizations, and I'm sure we could list a dozen or so in the development field and in the property management field and et cetera, Chamber of Commerce, Manufacturers Association, et cetera, to get their report, and that staff simply report their comments back to us in January. It doesn't preclude any action being suggested here. It just gives us an opportunity to get further comment. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay, on the amendment, Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
We were very open in that process. We didn't say we had to seek comment, we said we wanted comment. We didn't just comply with the minimum required under the Act. We actually went out and actively sought the comment from agencies. Madam Mayor, I can wait until you're paying attention if you want. Well, Madam Mayor, when I do that, you get mad at me, so I thought, to be fair, Thank you. We went through that Vision 2000 process. We actively sought comment, and that comment was very positive on the in general terms, and it became a very positive process for this community to enter into. And I think people felt empowered as a community that they had some input into a planning document, where possibly in the past they only had to come to minimum input. I think we should learn from that process. We saw a very positive presentation tonight. It'd be nice if we could then take that one step further and reach out to our community, to our business sector, to our labor sector, to the development sector, and say, give us your thoughts, give us your comments, give us your ideas and priorities on this document so that it becomes a true discussion paper. Because if we're just going to discuss it amongst ourselves or discuss it amongst the staff of the planning department, it won't be the most effective way, in my mind, of approaching that issue. I think by broadening the circulation, by asking for additional input, we can enhance the planning process and hopefully a better process, a more improved process, a more inclusive process will evolve out of the situation. It's not an attempt to change the planning process in any way. It's an attempt to reach out to the community, to all those organizations, individuals who have such a great interest in the advancement of Oshawa, to ask them for the opportunity to present some additional thoughts. And I don't think at any time that's a bad thing to do. Obviously, it's not going to majorly affect the provision of what staff are going to do in the next few months, because staff are not going to push through OP amendments between now and Christmas. It's not going to occur. We have the Christmas break where council doesn't even meet for 5 weeks. We have an opportunity for staff to get some input between now and the end of the year, compile that report, bring it back to the first meeting on January 16th, 97. So our community has a chance to talk to us. It's been said that the only time politicians sometimes talk is when either somebody calls to complain or we're looking for votes. Wouldn't it be nice if we actually developed a reputation as council, as we have in Vision 2000, to go out there and seek additional input from our community? And I think that that's a positive step, and I would urge council to support that inclusive step.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes. Oh, Madam Mayor, one part of the amendment that I certainly would not support was being tied down to a January date. I mean, that's totally unfair for the staff to try to be able to do that. In my comments, I made it very clear that this is the beginning of the process. The staff are obligated to bring it to council as a matter of course, to let them know what's going on. Then I said the stakeholders and anybody who's involved would be consulted. As a matter of fact, I have a list of 15 in front of me right now who would be consulted in the normal course of time. And to even suggest, I mean, I'm flabbergasted that it's just going to be a process between the city council and the staff. It's just beyond anything that I can comprehend. It's obviously the stakeholders are going to be involved in the process. As I said, I've got a list of at least 15 in front of me that Mr. Goodchild gave, plus a number of others who would be absolutely circulated. I mean, it would be grossly unfair if that process was not followed. And the staff do this in the proper procedure. And this is step number one. As I said, it's going to be a long time. And Councillor Nicholson's amendment is going to be done in the normal course of time, as it always is.
Councillor Potticarry.
I was going to say, Madam Mayor, we usually put an ad in the paper asking people to write or send in their submissions? We usually do that. You don't need you're going to do that to the chairman?
Would the chairman of the committee or staff clarify what was the anticipated process for public discussion?
Mr. Goodchild could elaborate on that, but presuming that it gets through council tonight, then the staff would proceed to employ that consultative process and involve those, as I said, those stakeholders in the community who would be certainly affected. The comments certainly would be compiled, put together into a more formal type of document. Then Mr. Goodchild would have to address the question of when the public meeting process might be. So maybe he could address that, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Goodchild, what, through to Councillor Potticarry, what was the process that was intended for consultation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in addition to what Councillor Wiley has indicated, which would be our, I think as Councillor Potticarry indicated, would be our normal process to circulate the discussion paper to various stakeholders in the community. Then we will take those comments and format those in a report back to the council, and then propose specific official plan amendments, which will then in themselves be the subject of public notice in a public hearing or a public meeting under the Planning Act by the Planning Committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potticarry?
Well, that information I don't think is necessary for an amendment. We're going to do it anyways, so.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. I seconded the motion for a number of reasons. First being that the recommendation is that this paper serve as a general basis for the preparation of the related official plan amendments. Now, if it's going to serve as the general basis, I should think that before we receive it for information, there should be input to that document itself, so that there is changes to that document. The document that's changed are the things that are used for the official plan review. I think it's pulling the cart before the horse if you end up receiving the document and then saying that's the basis, and then we're going to ask for changes. Now, there was a process that we held for the Vision 2000, which was a very successful one. We ended up receiving a lot of input, not from just the formal bodies that we would normally circulate to, formal organized bodies, but we had a tremendous amount of public participation in people that were viewing the situation. Now, granted, that was a much more visual presentation than this would be, but I would like to see something other than just a public meeting where people feel a little bit intimidated. And I think that this process, opening up in terms of having the comments made before it becomes a formal received document, is a positive one, and people would feel that they have much more input at that stage. The normal process, the normal public meeting, yes, that's what we have to follow by provincial legislation. But I think that we should go beyond that because this is such an important document for the future of the city.
Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I was going to ask is that could planning department consider not only a public meeting but also have not a workshop, but what do they call them?
Information meeting.
Thank you. And I think that would probably serve a lot better than the actual public meeting, because then you're on a one-to-one basis talking to a staff member. You're getting the information out to them, and they're talking to you, and you're talking to them. And I think I would like to see something like that. If that was included or considered, I think very much then we wouldn't have to go ahead and have the amendment that is before us. If that would be in the general basis of the preparation of the, would you consider having an information meeting?
Sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Close, is there any speakers?
That's it.
Okay, to close on my amendment, I don't see why planning seems threatened by this. It's not the usual process, I understand that. Considering holding a meeting and holding an information session are two different animals. Anybody can consider anything they want. But if the amendment is passed, that circulation could be in a public information session. I've kept it purposely vague as to what method of circulation we would put forward. But let me give you an example of just one issue that's in there. There is some suggestions, some comments on the future of the Champlain Industrial Residential Area down by the 401. There may be lots of comments due out of that. The ward councillors may have lots of comments they want to make. If there's no vehicle to deal with that issue as part of a comprehensive plan, then what we did is kind of the old shotgun method. 4 people will show up to discuss this section, 4 people will show up to discuss this section, 4 people will show up to discuss this section, but no one deals with the comprehensive overall. We just kind of go off on 8 or 10 different tangents, and we get reports back on those tangents, but we don't deal with the comprehensive overall. The report is a discussion paper. And I got to reiterate, if we're going to discuss it, the process can't be harmed if you open up the process to be more inclusive. And we've seen the success of the Vision 2000, of that inclusive process. And how is the process harmed in any way if we open up the process for more comment? Maybe we will get comment along the lines of, these are all good items, but we want you to give higher priority to items 1, 2, and 3 as opposed to 4, 5, and 6. That could be relevant comment to be addressed. If you just ask a very limited response on a limited question, you shouldn't be surprised when you only get a limited answer. But if you ask the comprehensive question, is this plan overall good for the city? What are your thoughts on it? What other things do you think we might want to approach in this overall field of discussion? That's a good thing too. Maybe they've got some ideas that we haven't thought about. But if we just go through the planning process, all we're simply saying is, here's option A, give us a comment on option A, we'll vote on it. It's exclusive of the planning process. It deals specifically only with one item at a time. This report gives us a chance to be inclusive, to bring people into the process and use their good ideas to help benefit the city. And I would urge council that to be as inclusive as possible in this planning process. That's how we get good planning.
Okay, just to clarify from planning, you're already doing a distribution of...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment that this be circulated to all relevant community organizations, that staff compile a report, and that was to be done by January. Those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That's defeated. On the main motion, is there anything further? Councillor Kolodzy.
Thank you very much. I'm concerned about some of the aspects of the report, and that is on page 646, where it talks, this was in the executive summary, where the Department of Planning and Development Service be directed to initiate a process to determine the appropriate land use and development plan of the Champlain East sector. And our delegation spoke of that today, to change it from the residential designation to the industrial designation. I'm definitely opposed to that whole concept and that whole idea. In 1985, Councillor Beal and I, we had an OMB hearing, and the OMB hearing ruled in favor of residential development. And when I read in here from GM Serena's Associates that you did have a delegation, Zagaki was there, saying that they were going to have a plan of residential subdevelopment. I mean, it leaves people in limbo. I would like to know, through you, Madam Mayor, to Chairman Wiley, if the Planning Department considered the OMB hearing and the results of what the OMB said when you started to monkey around with the Champlain East sector.
Well, first of all, who's we?
This comes from your committee.
Who's we?
Are you not making a report, Councillor Wiley?
We are presenting for information for the, if you read the comments in the minutes of the meeting, you would have seen that I, along with a couple of others, very clearly indicated your same concern about this area. Very, very clearly made this. And as a matter of fact, the comment was that the staff, and I believe I used the term, the staff believed that we had made an egregious error a few years ago by making this a residential area. And they have come back now. This is the planning process, and it is their mandate as planners, I guess, to give their best suggestions. We don't have to agree with that, and that's why that's part of the process. All right, and you'll be able to be a part of that process and give your comments as well everybody else around here. And we could go through this page by page, line by line, clause by clause tonight with every little thing that we're not in favor of. But that's not the purpose. That will be done in the normal course of time, finalized by the public hearing.
All right. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Wiley, but you can see my concerns, but you still didn't answer my question. Did the planners or whoever wrote the document take that into consideration?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, that's all you had to say.
Absolutely.
And the second thing is, when you had your delegation in front of you on the October 28th meeting, you mentioned that the developers could go ahead with their development, did you not? So that under this normal circumstances, because it is designated residential.
That's the motion, and the concern was that if they were to come forward with a proposal on the already designated residential portion of that land,
yes,
and the staff would say, well, because we have an official plan amendment that is suggesting that contrary is true, they were afraid that their proposal could be held up. The motion was, if it comes in and they have a plan, they operate under the old rules.
That's what I wanted to hear, Councillor Wiley. That's what I wanted to hear, and that's why I asked the question.
That's in the motion.
I know, but I wanted to hear it from the chairman.
Well,
I read it.
Don't you believe the minutes, and don't you believe the recommendation in the book?
I read it, but I wanted it in public.
Okay, you've heard it. Councillor Luchik, next.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As it says in the agenda, this is the Oshawa Official Plan Review Discussion Paper. And generally speaking, this is a very, very good document. And I say that because it's very unique in government circles where an approach such as this has been taken. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things for council, why I think it's so unique and important. And right from the beginning in the introduction sections of this document, there's a framework that sets the field for the entire document. And when we look in the beginning under items such as the role of the municipality in economic development, and here are key sort of phrases that I think are very, very crucial. Maintaining a cooperative city attitude towards development, marketing the community and recruiting new firms, ensuring an adequate level of infrastructure to accommodate new growth. Those are key things that I think are very, very important. And that moves into the principles of economic development. And we talk about things such as focus on the achievement of key infrastructure priorities, ensure that the city's competitive position is protected. And the one I like the very best is remove regulation that constricts business growth and serves no other purpose. I love that one. So I think it's an excellent document, and I'm looking forward to some of the comments from the agencies and the public on this discussion paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potticari? Passed. On the main motion, Councillor Nicholson, you've already spoken in the main motion. Oh, you did the amendment. Okay, I had you as the first name. Okay, Councillor Nicholson on the main motion, not amended.
Madam Mayor, the only concern, I need some clarification. When the report is being circulated, and I guess this is a question through you, Madam Mayor, to the Chair of Planning. When the report is being suggested and comments being solicited, is the comment going to be based on what the existing status is and asking for their and comments on the, like example, in the Southeast Oshawa area? We'll be asking for their comment on the existing zoning, the existing OP, and asking whether they think changes are necessary, or will be asking their opinion to comment upon the staff egregious plan. So could you tell me what question will be asked in the process? Will it be the position of council that will be commenting upon, or in the OMB, or will it be staff's idea that will be commenting upon?
Councillor Wiley.
I would think that, first of all, and Mr. Goodchild can elaborate on this, I would think that any area that might be impacted by virtue of a change in what we have now, and one that is being contemplated, most assuredly would be consulted. Now, you ask an interesting question whether everybody in the city is going to be you implied whether everybody in the city is going to be asked to do so. Well, that will be done certainly in the normal public hearing process. But I would suggest, and again, I asked Mr. Goodchild to elaborate on this. I think if anybody would be impacted by virtue of a change, and we have a couple of people mention the Champlain area. Shouldn't call it industrial park. Champlain area.
Residential community.
There is most assuredly a change being contemplated in there, and we've already had people who have articulated their concerns as a result of that, and they certainly would be asked to do so. But maybe Mr. Goodchild could elaborate on that, Madam Mayor.
To you, Madam Mayor, certainly the council's position on the Oshawa Harbour and the southeast Oshawa is well known, it's well documented, and there's nothing in this report that attempts to vary or modify or even question that. But in terms of whether, what questions will be asked, I think the main question that would be asked by the staff is, well, what do people think, and what do stakeholders think about the report that's been presented? We're not going to be, trying to frame our questions in any more specific way than that. We're out to gather information and to get input to assist us in providing you with advice on important policy matters related to the future growth and development of the city. We have identified a number of areas through the public participation process. I suppose it's quite likely that other areas will be identified for further review, and we will certainly report those to you.
Thank you.
Okay, just a further question, because I don't recall asking a question on the Southeast Oshawa planning area, but if a question is raised and the matter goes out, for example, and let's use the Champlain residential community for an example, will the question go out saying, city staff are contemplating a change in the use of this area, what do you think? Or will it say, for example, City Council and the OMB has ruled that this shall be a residential community and there are changes being contemplated, what do you think? There's two very distinct questions there. One seems to lead towards
Councillor, tonight is not the discussion. You could attend the meetings.
Madam Mayor, you're saying that this discussion paper should serve as a general basis for the preparation of official plan amendments. What I'm trying to determine is, what is that general basis? Is it to support the approved council positions or support the staff ideas? There is no approved council position to use the Champlain residential community as an industrial park. If that question is put to the people of our community, it is a false question, because that's not the position of this city and not the position of this council.
The discussion paper presents some alternatives for discussion to the public. Councillor Wiley.
Well,
that's why I'm asking the
question. Councillor Nicholson, in his own inimitable way, can turn things around to whatever way he wants it to be, and he says there are two distinct questions in his mind, however convoluted that may be, in his mind. It seems to me pretty straightforward that if the staff are suggesting that there could be a change in the Champlain area, they would put that to whoever happens to be directly impacted. This is a proposal. What is your comment? I mean, that's simply going to be, it seems to me pretty straightforward. How do you, I'm not going to send a detailed questionnaire on this. I mean, let's leave it to the staff. I think we have a pretty good professional staff who are able to handle this and do it in the proper way. They've done it many times in the past, and they can do the same thing in the future and come up with a program for this council we can deal with based on their professional expertise. And quit trying to plan it in here tonight.
Madam Mayor, I know Councillor Wiley gets really upset when we don't follow the exact parameters he wants done for areas.
Councillor, we don't need to attack
Madam Mayor, point of order. On the contrary, that is a completely
Councillor
absurd
Nicholson,
statement,
would you speak to the issue at hand? And obviously there is a difference between your opinion and the staff's, but what Council's voting on now is to start a discussion process. There will be an opportunity for public discussion, and a final position has to come back to Council.
Madam Mayor, if that's your ruling, I will do that. I would hope, however, if my comment was out of order, that you would equally rule that the comment about convoluted thinking would be equally out of order. The rules have to apply to all of us equally, and if you're going to apply it one way, I would urge you to apply it to everybody else the same way.
If you're going to complain,
I would urge
word.
everyone to speak to the issue before us.
Thank you,
and
Madam
I
Mayor.
hope a little faster than we have been doing. We still have a long list because it's opened up again. Councillor Nicholson, have you finished your comments?
No, I actually only asked 2 questions at this point.
Okay.
The problem that I see in the process is that we're only asking limited questions. And I'd like to see, I hope that staff can give us a commitment that the questions will be as open-ended as possible. I don't see much sense in going out there and saying, these are staff's ideas, and this is their brainstorming, and what do you think, if you don't at the same time indicate what council's concurrent position is, so that people have both sets of information when they comment. And that's all I'm seeking from this process, is that I don't want to enter into a process that gets an entire community upset over what may in fact be the musing of a planning staff. And this council would not support it. And that's all I'm suggesting, is that if you're going to suggest, through Mr. Drawes' report, that this is something that should be considered, at the same time parallel it with, this is the current position of council, and then ask for comments on both. And that's all I'm suggesting. If that's the process, I have no problem with it. If it's only a one-sided question, I would have severe problems with that. Madam Mayor, there's a reason, and I don't, that's not meant to be offensive, but there's a reason why they put blinkers on a horse. Is because they don't want it veering off in any direction, just going a straight line. We can't use that process when it comes to planning. Because if we have a goal in our mind and we just drive towards that goal, that's not good planning. We have to be out there being inclusive in what we're doing.
Councillor Harrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I need very simple clarification on this issue. So this issue deals with an official, the official plan review. And what I'd like to clarify is whether or not public input to this process would be limited to the components of the report or to the Oshawa official plan.
Good question.
I'm not sure I understood the parameters of your question.
It's quite simple. It's quite simple, and I'll be happy to explain it. I want to find out whether public input is restricted to the components of this report, or whether public input will be allowed on our existing Oshawa official plan.
The economic development issues of it, or the whole OP?
The whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wiley?
Yeah.
Mr. Goodchild?
Through you, Madam Mayor, when Council considered an approach to the official plan review, it had in front of it 2 alternatives. One was a complete overhaul of the official plan, or the other was a more strategic or tactical approach in only dealing with a few specific areas in the official plan. And it chose the latter. It did not choose to authorize staff to undertake a long, comprehensive review of the entire official plan. So as a result, the council chose to look at essentially 3 areas of the official plan to review: the environment section, the environment section, the economic development section, and of course amendments related to the Durham Region official plan. And those cover very substantive areas of the official plan, but they don't cover them all. But having said that, I think that if we do receive, or when we do receive comments through the public participation process on other issues associated with other areas in the official plan, we'll certainly take those into consideration. But I don't want to leave the impression with anyone that this is a comprehensive review and update of the entire official plan, because that's not what the council authorized when it approved the terms of reference for this review.
Madam Mayor, I think it's very, very important that I clarify what Mr. Goodchild just said. Essentially, what I heard him say was that public input would be limited to the components of this report. No, go to the components of this report. Is that inaccurate?
That's correct.
Well, on that basis, I will not be supporting the report, because I think the recommendation that's before us is too narrow in function and essentially contains too few elements for us to deal with. I think it's absolutely appropriate that members of the residents of this city have an opportunity to make comment on the overall Oshawa official plan.
Councillor, could I just ask, Mr. Goodchild has said that council directed that a certain process be undertaken.
That's right.
Is there anything, however, that prevents staff, and I would think the answer is no, from actively listening during the public consultation process on these components, and could always come back to council with further recommendations?
I would think, Madam Mayor, that what you'd have to do is change the council direction and have the staff have this as a wide open process.
And so that could be considered by planning committee at a subsequent meeting to broaden the language to ensure...
Well, we could, you know, that would have to be a council.
Yeah, no, but to come back to council, I just would watch the wording. I still have a speaker's list. I just hate to see a process stopped for that reason. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to open up this forum to be a more public process.
What's your motion, please?
That this process be opened up, that it not be received for information, but that the process be opened up in a series of open public meetings.
No, that's not what he wants. That's not what he wants.
I'm actually, basically, I'm wanting to further what Councillor Harrell has said about broadening this, and in my mind, the idea of the public meetings was to achieve that. If there's a way of...
Councillor, I don't have the clarity of your motion, nor do you have a seconder. Are you attempting an actual amendment?
I would like to propose an amendment, but I guess I don't have the firm wording on it. I would like to achieve something to further what Councillor Harrell said, to open this process up, because I would agree that there is not sufficient definition in this.
Okay. So, well,
if you had that committee, why didn't you bring it up in the
if an amendment is in order, Councillor Harrell, are you prepared to do an amendment to achieve that?
I'm prepared to give you an amendment, Madam Mayor, that this report be referred back to Planning and Development Committee to incorporate a full review of the Oshawa official plan.
Okay. Now, just a minute. That is a totally different process input to consider a total review. Would you do that? Okay, because otherwise we're into a reconsideration. It'll have to come back as a reconsideration. Okay.
That's fine. Get it back there, and they can.
Because no, we have a council. Our council has decided to do a partial review. And so if the concern is to broaden that, then we need planning staff to go back and look at the original. On the referral back, to consider the public consultation.
or the broader perspective.
On the referral, Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pitterbecke.
Yes.
Councillor Potticari.
Yes.
Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beal. Councillor Boychin.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
Yes.
Councillor Gray.
No.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
Councillor Kolodzi.
So I never got to...
Councillor Luchik.
No.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
That's 12 affirmative, 4 negative.
The referral carries. Councillor Wiley, would you introduce the regular Planning and Development Committee report,
No,
please?
I don't think so.
Oh, come on, Jack.
I'd be pleased, I think, to move the 39th report. There are 4 items for your consideration.
On items 1 to 4, pull number 4. Okay. On 1, 2, and 3, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On 4, Councillor Kolodzi.
Mr. Wiley, so that I have it straight in my mind. That's all I want to know. And that is, however, this is in your last sentence here, however, as council may change or amend the policy at any time for processing any application will be at risk of the developer. If the developer comes in and gives you a plan of subdivision before any changes are made, will he be grandfathered? In other words, can he still proceed?
Yes.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
On item number 4, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any questions to the chair of the Planning Committee?
It wasn't so bad, Jack.
There being none. Public Works.
The Public Works Committee respectfully reports and recommends to City Council its 39th report, including 4 items and a report for information.
Thank you. On items 1 to 4. You thought you had it tough, Jack. No one questioned item number 4. On number 4, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On item number 1, Councillor Potticari.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. To the chairman of the Public Works, I agree with the recommendation, but a question I'd like to put to you. Has your committee thought of any other system to slow the traffic down other than going into this very expensive construction work here, such as bringing special radar in and things like that?
Has our committee considered special radar?
Have you photo radar?
No, Your Worship, we haven't frankly considered the issue of photo radar.
And you're going with this thing, that's it, eh? No other tests?
The staff report to committee met with the approval of the area residents. Councillor Dykstra had been working with the area residents to address their concerns about traffic on Mary Street North, and the report does indicate some additional measures that are being considered, but at this point in time, the proposal that is included in the report is what is being recommended by committee.
Yeah, well, as I say, it's a good recommendation, but I'm just wondering if there's any other alternative plans you've decided to use. So I'll support it anyway.
Thank you very much.
Anything further on number 1? Councillor Nicholson.
Dollar figure on item number 1? I'm having trouble finding it.
Some parking places.
Mayor Diamond, $6,500.
Move the center line.
$6,500?
That's correct. 321.
Okay.
Okay. On item number 1, those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Beal.
On item number 1, through you, Madam Mayor, to the chair, and that is, are any of the, or is this in the information as to the street bumps and the knockouts? Is that included in your 6,500?
What's included in, no, it isn't. We do specify in the report exactly how the calming will be affected, and that doesn't include either of those items.
Because it, or is that in the information only?
It is, those proposals are raised for discussion in the information report.
Okay, I'm going to ask that again then. Thank you.
Item number 1, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 2 was questioned. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I would like to know with regard to these construction improvements that are to take place next year, what are the notice procedures that are going to take place next year in light of some of the problems that have happened currently this year and in previous years?
Would ask that the Commissioner address that question.
Mr. Mickelbast?
Madam Mayor, we do, of course, send out a notice after the council approval of the engineer's report. Depending on, excuse me, depending on what the situation is through that process, will determine the timing of the construction. If there are objections, obviously we have to deal with those. If it goes forward in the normal manner, and there would be construction during the 1997. Our intention would be, when we have a preliminary design available, that we would then meet with the residents, obtain input from the residents, explain to them what we are proposing, and then go forward from there.
Okay, thank you. I guess I was asking specifically because there have been a number of changes to the streets that have happened, particularly in the older wards where the streets are narrower, and certainly the retention of trees and the widening of the streets has been a problem. So, and we've received comments from residents that they have not felt that they had sufficient time to deal with such major changes in their road alignment and other such factors. So I guess since this has been discussed previously, because of the residents' comments, I would request that the notice be in enough advance notice that people don't feel that they're being major changes being pushed on them without time for them to deal with it.
Okay. Anything further on item number 2? Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 3, Councillor Harrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 or 3 questions about the report, and I refer Council to page 336 of the Public Works Report. I notice in the report, starting on page 336, that there have been a number of requests from community groups for this temporary relief. The report doesn't speak to who those community groups might be. I wonder if I could have some information on that.
I'll ask the Commissioner to respond to that since they were not detailed at committee.
Madam Mayor, the community groups, the lawn bowling group, have been asking or expressing concern and indicating there's shortage of parking. There's also the Durham Avicultural Society, and they have moved their activities to the Northview Community Centre from Pickering, but they also had concern about the parking and found that when they had big gatherings that there was a shortage of parking.
My second question is whether or not there are specific occasions that they're requesting this additional parking for.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and obviously the parking needs to be reasonably close to the Northview Community Centre, and therefore the appropriate area is really along Beatrice Street in front of the community centre, and that's what we focused on.
And then could you answer the question, please?
All right.
Do you want to repeat your question, Councillor Harrell?
Well, no, I'm just going to let that one slide for a minute.
Okay.
On 337 in the report, third paragraph, the report references 108 space parking lot. is that 108 space parking lot the main parking lot?
That's it. That's correct. The area.
So it doesn't include the ancillary or the secondary parking lot that we just put in?
I don't think it does. The one on the gravel parking lot.
Yes, the one that we just approved a short while ago and put in.
This was the original area.
So there is, in fact, additional parking over and above what this report
That's my
references.
understanding, yes.
And I guess it certainly wouldn't include the additional parking that would be available at certain times at the adjacent library next door. Okay, those are my questions. Now I'll get to the, to the issue of the recommendation before council. I am absolutely adamantly opposed to the recommendation to allow parking on Beatrice Street. I drive that street on a very, very frequent basis. I certainly drive it most nights when I go home from council, and I think it's absolutely inappropriate to allow parking on an arterial road with a curvilinear configuration. I take exception to the recommendation in the staff report that road is wide enough to allow parking. I do not believe for 1 minute that it is a safe and proper area to provide parking. I don't think there's been any justification shown in this report for council to change its position. We put arterial roads in to move traffic. They're the main arteries of this city, and we're being asked essentially to turn an arterial road into an arterial parking lot. It boggles the imagination. There is not sufficient justification. There are no numbers here to show the number of parking spaces that it would provide. There's no numbers here to show the deficiency of the supposed parking areas in and around the Northview Community Center. I draw council's attention to the fact that if you continue further east on Beatrice Street, you'll pass Wilson Road, and once you pass Wilson Road, the road surface narrows by 1 lane, and immediately on the north side there is Durham Regional Housing, and there are a couple of housing co-ops. Already we're getting parking on the narrow section of Beatrice Street, and if you allow parking on the wider section, you're simply going to encourage parking further to the east. One of the things that bothers me is the lack of justification for this request. There's nothing here to tell us what the magnitude of the deficiency is. Absolutely nothing at all. What it seems to me is there has been some comment or some requests from community groups for additional parking, and there hasn't been sufficient activity to identify the deficiency or indeed other alternatives. For council's information, when I drove that area today, the first thing I did was go to the North Oshawa Park. On the north side of the North Oshawa Arena is what appears to be an overflow parking area that essentially is a field now, but it's obviously been used for a number of years for overflow parking for North Oshawa Arena. The proper parking area is in the front. It's paved, and there is an area to the north that is unpaved, but certainly obviously is being used. By my very rough calculation, that area would hold 120 cars, and that area is connected by a walkway to the Northview Community Center. I mean, I think that it's ridiculous that we would consider to ruin an arterial road without first having investigated an obvious opportunity for an additional 120 spaces absolutely adjacent to the area and connected by a pathway and a bridge and lighted light standards that we've put in and paid for. I would urge council to defeat the recommendation.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, I'd like to bring a couple other points that council should be aware of. And maybe just before that, I'd like to ask staff just one, I think, important question, is that could staff indicate me the number of new parking spaces that would be created with the parking in front of Northview Community Center?
Approximately 15.
15 spots. Thank you. We're going to put 15 spots on the road in front of Northview Community Center, and we haven't counted the gravel parking lot, which we just spent considerable tax dollars and tens of thousands putting in, which would seem to me to be able to handle a lot more than 15. In fact, I looked at it, it'd be approaching, I would think even a conservative estimate, would be 60 to 80. We haven't counted that, but we're going to put parking on the road. We spent $80,000 putting a lighted and cleared walkway through the Creek Valley over to North Oshawa Park to provide additional parking access for Northview Community Center. The reason, if you go back and look at the report, that that walkway was put in was that people could park at North Oshawa Park and walk over to Northview Community Center. We spent that money. $80,000, if I recall, it was expended on that project. And they were saying that we don't have to do that anymore, that the 15 would have been sufficient. I'm surprised we didn't get the report a few years back suggesting do the 15 and don't spend the 80,000. Then, just recently, we expended or approved expenditure for another $10,000 to $12,000 to enhance the walkway from the front entrance of Northview Community Center to the sidewalk to facilitate a bus stop so that seniors could get off the bus and walk to a shorter distance. The bus stop is within the boundary of where the parking is supposed to be. So if we have to rearrange the parking area to make sure there's an appropriate deceleration and acceleration zone for the buses, we may not even get the 15. So that strikes me as being a bit of a problem. But the biggest problem that I have in this whole process is that if you read the first paragraph, the reason there's no parking there today is the residents of Trillium and Sycamore and Spirea and Iris Court petitioned the city to not have the parking there because they were afraid of their children as they were accessing the North Oshawa Park walking across the road between parked cars. And they were concerned about the traffic in 1980. Well, I don't think we have to be rocket scientists to know that the parking would have a much more serious effect because the traffic along Beatrice today in 1996 is considerably more than the traffic you would have found there in 1980. But we haven't gone to the residents of Trillium Court or Sycamore Crescent or Spirea Court or Iris Court and asked them, what do you think? We seem to be taking a reply from the Lawn Bowling Club and from the Agricultural Association and simply having a quick Band-Aid fix. They've asked for more parking here, we can put more parking. And we haven't asked neighboring residents in this area whether or not they think this is a good idea. And I think it would be prudent of us to have consulted with those residents on our streets because it's their children. They're going to be leaving their homes, exiting both the east and west legs of Sycamore, crossing across into the parking area to get to the walkway so they can go to the hockey arena or the soccer field or the ball diamonds or the tennis courts at North Oshawa Park. Now, if we want children to play in our parks, we have a responsibility of providing a safe access point. The parents said cars made it dangerous. We're putting the cars back. We forgot to ask the parents if they thought it was a good idea. I would hope, and I would hope that someone would come forward in the next little while and refer this back to Works for another look at it. I see this as is not a productive process. I think there's a lot of questions left unanswered, and to put it in tonight, I think is unjustifiable. And Madam Mayor, as I have spoken only to the Beatrice Street area, I would like now to ask you if we could divide the issue.
Councillor Beale's already requested that.
Okay, and I'd like to make a declaration of interest on the Grandview part, as my brother owns property just north of Grandview and Olive.
Councillor Potticarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. One of the problems with Beatrice East, in front of the library, in front of the North Oshawa, is the fact that when you cross Ritson Road, the width is cut down. And I think you only drive about no more than 100 yards before it cuts down. It's quite narrow. Two, we're going to put we've already put a sidewalk for the seniors to get into the North View. We're going to have a bus stop there as well. And when if you can put 15 cars in the spaces that's left, I'd be very surprised. I would say you're lucky if you can put 4 or 5 at the most. So to put parking for 4 or 5 cars is really not worth it, because and that's a very, very busy street. I mean, I drive it quite often. Go to church every Sunday morning. Hey, Joe? Yeah, we'll go there. Right, yeah. Don't forget to put the collection in too, eh? But I like to say it's very, very narrow, and I think it'd be quite dangerous. I wouldn't put the parking on that Beaches North, because for the number of cars you're going to park there, it's not worth it. And then you have the bus stop as well, so it's not worth it.
Thank you. Councillor Aker.
I'll give you a motion to refer 3-1A back to the Public Works Committee.
Seconder? A seconder on the motion to refer, Councillor Pidrebecki. I wasn't sure if you were saying yes or no to seconding. Okay, on the motion to refer, to take it back to Public Works, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. That's 3-1A. On 3-1B, prohibit parking on the west side of Grandview Street South between Carolyn and Olive. On that portion, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. A traffic calming, Councillor Beale. Information item.
Yes, just the information item. On page 351 and 2, I see illustrations of bump outs and squares with the road being landscaped. Is this going to happen? I hope not.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this information report came forward from staff because of concerns of individuals living in the city of Oshawa about traffic and speed control. Over the last few years, the two organizations, particularly the Ontario Traffic Conference and the Transportation Association of Canada, have been developing guidelines for a variety of different methods of alleviating difficulty of speeding in residential areas and non-residential areas. And I draw your attention to page 347 to the last paragraph, which indicates that these two organizations are currently developing guidelines for the prioritization, design, and implementation of traffic calming projects. And upon the completion of these guidelines, they will be forwarded to affected city departments for input. Following this process, a report on city policy for the use of traffic calming will be submitted to council for consideration and endorsement. So these proposals are very preliminary, Madam Mayor, and there will be a further report coming forward to council at a later date.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, the reason I asked that is because, mind you, it looks beautiful, and if we could put some curves in the street, well, then I think I would go along with doing the curves rather than having a bump out here and a bump out there, because then you're going to go ahead and have accidents. I cannot see that is going to help one way at all in the calming of the area, because then the residents would be petrified of all of the accidents that are being caused. Thank you.
Community, are there other questions to the Chair of Public Works? Councillor Colodzi.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Spring. Councillor Spring, I've been going through every day the area of the Tom Street Bridge and the reconstructions going on there. and I would like to congratulate staff for keeping the pedestrian and the bike path open. I think they've just done a wonderful job. And just today, I noticed that you must be very close to resurfacing or asphalting, and I wondered if you could tell us, or have a member of your committee tell us, when do you expect the Thomas Street Bridge and that whole area road to be open for the public usage?
Commissioner, Councillor Sprigg.
Madam Mayor, it is scheduled for late this month. It's tail end of this month or the first week of December is the anticipated completion.
Because it looks pretty close for that, and I would just like to pass on
it
to,
is getting
to Commissioner Mickelboss of the work that your staff member had done to make sure that pedestrian passageway was open, and it has been open every single day, and I don't know how they've done it, but I've been able to get through, so thank you for that.
Questions to the chair. Councillor Nicholson.
I'd like to follow up on that question. We put a sign up on July 2nd that said we would close the area for 4 months. 4 months have gone by. Do we have actually a date then when we're going to reopen this? What's the scheduled date? Like the end of the month doesn't seem to be something I can tell people. I mean, do you have
the end of the month,
date?
first week of December.
Madam Mayor,
that's 5.5 months.
It's about as accurate as we can be at this time. It depends, of course, how many days we lose to bad weather, and also towards the end of the season, the contractors are generally scrambling to get the work done. We are following up with them or pushing it as best as we can. So I'll try to get a more specific date, but that's the best I can do.
I appreciate that.
The
second question is to you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if you had consulted with the clerk. You said you were going to consult with the clerk and let us know what the Public Works report. Would you have a reply?
Yep. Yes, I do, but I still have one other question here.
Then I'll hold my question until then.
Councillor Dykstra.
Mayor, through you to the chair of Public Works, the Salina Street, it's looking wonderful, and it looks like it's almost completed, and great work has been done for the Salina Street, but it has been addressed to us, when would the opening of the street occur?
In approximately 2 weeks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chip, question.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Since we're on this topic of bridges and streets, I was wondering when Albert Street Bridge would be scheduled to be open.
That's provincial. Or which? Oh, it's the railroad one. Well, the other one was the provincial. The work's already done.
Yeah. It's a provincial project, and we don't have information on that.
We don't know when one of our own streets is going to be completed?
The CP Rail Bridge, I think, is the one. I was thinking the 401.
Commissioner Mickelbost will undertake to check on that date and to provide you with the information.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point on that, Madam Mayor, and I know everybody's doing their best to make sure the roads are open, but there was a time this summer when Ritson, Albert, and Simcoe were not working.
Tell me about it.
And I think that there just has to be a greater effort and coordination. Doesn't matter who's at fault. Whatever. That this be avoided in the future. Thank you.
It was shut down. The clerk has suggested there are two possibilities. One is that the referral of the DCC 56 pickup could be, the issue is now considered outstanding at council, could be referred back to the Public Works Committee at this time or during the motion section.
So a motion could be put forward in the motion section?
A motion to refer it back to allow Public Works to attempt to consolidate what they will best be able to determine is the...
That could be done. Could I also move a motion simply to approve that?
You'd need a 2/3 majority because that is a substantive motion. Why don't you let it go to committee and let them try to put something together that can get approved?
Madam Mayor, I appreciate your answer, but I think it's totally counterproductive for the Works Committee to be asked to do anything. They've all stated they all oppose it.
Yeah, but Councillor, it's counterproductive for you to argue a vote that's already been taken and lost.
I didn't argue anything. I just made a comment.
Okay. So does somebody want to refer this item to Public Works? What's happening? Councillor Potticari? Is there a seconder? Councillor Dykstra. And the motion is to refer the outstanding item of refuse pickup at DCC 56 to Public Works to come back with a recommended action?
Implement the decision of council.
Okay, council reconsidered, or a vote on reconsideration was taken and it was lost. So we go back to the position in July, which was the pickup. And the staff and committee attempted to bring an agreement forward, and that failed. And it seemed to be the dollars connected to it that were the significant part. Okay. On the motion to refer, Councillor Nicholson.
Just, can I have the motion's wording, please?
Mr. Clerk, did you manage to get something there?
Madam Chair, the best wording that we have at the current time is to refer the issue of refuse collection at Durham Condominium Corporation 56 to the Public Works Committee for report back to council.
Okay.
Councillor Potticarry, it was your motion?
Yeah, on the referral. I mean, as it stands now, it's just hanging, eh? I mean, we're not doing anything with it. They're not getting the garbage picked up. We're not picking up. Where's it going to be? Throw it in the street or something? So we've got to get it back to the committee. Maybe they'll get an idea of how they can settle the thing. But as it is now, it's just hanging there.
Okay.
And I'm quite sure with the amount of brains they have there, they can come up with some type of report.
We're speaking in direction. Okay. So the motion is to refer the item. Councillor Nicholson.
Do I have the floor back now, Madam Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
The report was taken away abruptly. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion and add the words to implement the direction of City Council. And the second part, and for a report back at the next meeting of council. Demand a referral anytime. If you're not implementing the will of council, what good are you doing?
Okay. To implement the direction of council and to report back at the next meeting of council. Who's the seconder on your amendment?
I'll second that.
Councillor Claude.
Just to speak to that change in the referral, Madam Mayor.
Okay, but it's just in the, not
just
the
whole
direction. Argument.
No, just the direction. The gentleman from McLaughlin Square already indicated that they've had to extend and go out there and chase down a contract because the city isn't picking up the garbage. And they're expected to terminate November 1st.
Okay, it's a referral motion.
No, I understand, and therefore they're under some time constraint. If we're not going to refer it back to the committee to implement the will of council, then I have no idea what you're referring it back to committee to do if you're not doing that. And since the time constraint is on there by the people in McLaughlin Square and it's costing them considerable funds to have the contractor come in on an ad hoc basis, it would seem appropriate, this is not a very difficult issue, that staff could come back with a report meeting the will of council at the next meeting of this council. Okay. So I would urge that the amendment carry.
On the referral on time and direction, Councillor Claude and then Councillor Aker.
Yes, I'm speaking in support of the referral because council made a decision. I didn't support the decision of council at that time. However, we have a decision. We have to do something with it.
Timing and direction. Thank you. Councillor Aker.
Councillor Claude just said council made a decision. Councillor Nicholson just said implement the will of council. Take a look at the minutes of July 22nd. It was never passed. The operative motion is moved by Clark, seconded by Dykstra, that notwithstanding current policy and practices, Durham Condominium Corporation 56 be provided with city refuse collection service, and that future applicants for city refuse collection service be reviewed and considered on individual merit. Now, if that was carried, I'd say that was the will of council. It was never carried. Absolutely never carried. What? No, the motion is there.
No,
absolutely not confused, okay? That was not carried. Look at the motion, it's in the minutes. It was handed to us tonight. That was not carried. What was carried was that the matter of Durham Condominium Corporation 56 receiving city refuse collection service be referred to the Public Works Committee to consider appropriate procedures for collection. That's what was carried. That's why you've got a mess on your hands. You never approved it.
Yeah. Now, Councillor Aker pointed this out during the recess.
And he is correct, absolutely, that that motion was not voted upon. The clerk and I discussed it, and staff obviously proceeded that by defeating the motion on the other side, which was a motion to deny, that the clerk interpreted it that the direction, the intention of council, if council voted against the denial and referred this motion and staff acted. We will have to consider, that was how we acted on it tonight. Just a minute, please, because I just want to finish this.
I still got the floor.
It's how we acted, and but there is, at best, Councillor Aker, an anomaly in this whole thing.
I don't care if it's an anomaly or not. This council never voted to give Durham Condominium Corporation 56 garbage collection. Do you understand that? The minutes are before us, okay? There may have been a mistake made on July 22nd by not calling it. The reconsideration, nobody knew, if anybody looked at this, I don't know what the hell we were reconsidering, okay? But do not send something to the Public Works Committee or any committee that says implement the will of council when council hasn't voted on it. I think what this council has to do is at some point vote on this item. I, for one, just so you absolutely know, will never vote to spend $170,000 per year on garbage collection for condominiums and apartment buildings that do not comply with the bylaw. And if you'd ever addressed that at this council level, you wouldn't have this confusion.
Councillor Aker,
and one more referral will just confuse it more. I'll vote against the referral.
Just hold on a moment, please, because Councillor Aker has raised a valid point in the confusion from these minutes. The problem is that we now have an item that is outstanding at council, and we don't know how to get it to where it should be because there is discussion about what happened previously. Would council consider a tabling motion at council with direction to the clerk to clarify in terms of procedures and rulings? Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the minutes of July 22nd.
Yes.
There was a
Well, we already have a point of order from Councillor Nicholson. As soon as Councillor Nicholson has finished his important point of order.
With the new information that Councillor Aker has presented, I will withdraw my seconding motion to his amendment because he's correct, and so I have to withdraw.
But now
he points it out.
Who's got the floor?
Councillor Nicholson has the floor, but let's try to keep it on the point. We're going to be here for 3 days.
I got 3 words out before I got jumped.
He's on a point of order, I think, at the moment. Please clarify your point of order.
Madam Mayor, if you could control the meeting and stop them from jumping up and down, I'd be very pleased to continue.
Give me a break.
I didn't jump up. Drawing your attention to item 4.1 of the minutes of July 22nd, 1996. A recommendation from the Public Works Committee that refuse collection will not be provided. That was the recommendation of the Public Works Committee. That recommendation was defeated. Therefore, if you have defeated the motion to not pick it up, I learned one time a long time ago, if you're not doing something, you're not doing it, and if you're not doing it, you are doing it. So my point is, we're splitting hairs here.
A negative motion was defeated.
Correct.
And it is not clear whether another motion was passed. I think that we need to table this, refer it to the clerk, a table with direction to the clerk to clarify what it is we can do and bring it back to the next meeting. Because we're just going to loop around here.
Change my referral motion instead of to the committee to the clerk and find out just where we are.
Okay.
And I'm reading this as Councillor Aker says, we never supported that motion.
There's no discussion. The motion is to table or to refer to the clerk. To refer to the clerk for clarification of the voting and what else? The process. What else you need, Mr. Clerk?
That'll do it. All right. Is there a seconder on that referral? Councillor Kolodzy. Councillor Aker.
Support the referral to the clerk because you are asking him to make a decision on what council did or didn't do.
No, a recommendation is all he would make.
No. By us referring it to him, it seems to give him the authority to decide if council made that decision. Council did not. I will not support the referral. That is my position. Council has gotten himself into a mess. The clerk cannot get you out of it.
Okay. On the referral, Councillor Nicholson.
Well, I will support the referral because the last thing this council needs is a continued mess. And at least then we'll know where we stand. The clerk simply gives his comment. This council will decide whether it abides by his comment or wishes some other course of action. I understand the fervor that the Works Committee has to destroy this motion.
No, Councillor.
Works Committee's John A.
No.
Well, I think it's shared by your other members.
I don't speak for them.
Okay, the council is now in difficulty because of the process that has taken place. Council needs to know where it stands, and the clerk's comments would be based on the policies of council, and then council will have to make the decision on how it's going to handle it from there. On the referral
Recorded vote.
Referral, okay. Councillor Boychin?
Councillor Aker has pointed out that the matter was referred to the Public Works Committee for, it's item 611 in brackets there on the back side of this page. And he said that wasn't carried because it was referred to the committee. But then the following motion, 612, moved by Councillor Kolodzy, seconded by Councillor Wiley, that the matter of Durham Condominium Corporation 56 receiving city refuse collection service be referred to the Public Works Committee to consider appropriate procedures for collection. Now, doesn't that say that instructing the committee to come back with a method of collecting the garbage from Durham DCC
Absolutely.
56? Yeah. And that says carried. So I think in reading that, I think it says quite clearly that the Works Committee is to come back with an appropriate procedure for collecting DCC 56.
That was the interpretation of the clerk, and staff acted to implement what was taken as the direction of council,
And that's what,
negotiated an agreement, brought it back to this council, and it failed on the financial aspects. So we now have this loose and have to get something to clarify the procedure that took place and for council to then decide what will happen.
well, Madam Mayor, if I can just ask, there's nothing in here about any financial aspect of it for it to fail or succeed.
No, it was the subsequent one that came back on the allocation of the costs. Okay, we're still trying, there's a referral to the clerk to try to clarify the voting process took place. Councillor Spring.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a point of privilege and in response to the comment about Public Works Committee killing the proposal for collection, I'd like to remind Council that at the last meeting we did bring forward a recommendation to enter into an agreement and further an amendment to that motion that the cost of doing so would be borne by the corporate budget, and that did not pass through this council. It was a recommendation of this committee.
Thank you. A recorded vote, no. Enough.
She made the point.
No, okay. Councillor, sit down, please. Just sit down. Sit down. We've heard, we have a motion to refer. A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Aker. The referral is to the clerk to clarify the voting, the process, to try to determine just where council is at this moment. Mr. Clerk.
On the motion, Councillor Aker.
No.
Councillor Beale. No. Councillor Boychin.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
Yes.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
Councillor Kolodzy.
Yes.
Councillor Lucic.
No.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pidrebecki.
No.
Councillor Potticary.
Yes.
Councillor Spring. Councillor Wiley. He is absent. 10 affirmative, 5 negative.
Motion carries. Community Services Committee. Councillor Luchik, I don't think you're on that committee.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'd like to give you a motion to waive the rules to introduce item 2 of the 77th report of the Executive Committee. Executive Committee.
Who's your seconder?
Someone who appreciates the elderly couple sitting in the gallery.
Moved by Councillor Luchik, seconded by Councillor Nicholson, that the rules of procedure be waived in order to allow the introduction of item number 2 of the Executive Committee, as the individuals who are the deputation are still here awaiting. Item number 2 is 11 Ontario Street.
Page 112.
Page 112? Okay, on the motion to waive the rules, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Would I just find the right report? Councillor Spring, could you take the chair, please?
Mayor Diamond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Luchik, that the Executive Committee respectfully reports and recommends to City Council item number 2 of the 77th report. This item is a Development Charges Act complaint at 11 Ontario Street. The Executive Committee had a formal complaint hearing on 3 properties, as you heard this evening. And the committee certainly regrets not being able to be of assistance, but within the parameters of what we are able to do under the law, there was no relief that we could offer. That the development, although there is no increase in the square footage, a change from commercial to residential is, under the development charges regulations, considered to be something that requires that these charges be paid. We have attempted to assist, that we recognize the concerns and the great need in the downtown area, the potential for redevelopment in the downtown and the great benefit that would provide to the community. And our solicitor referred to it in a rather interesting way, that one can look at a quilt with different pieces, and that a downtown section, there could be a potential to look at special areas in the city where development charges could be applied in a different way. And that we have therefore requested that the staff committee, which is reviewing the development charge bylaw, look at the potential for the downtown or other areas in the city where an area-specific charge might be considered. But we do not have any ability to do that at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Diamond. Councillor Luchik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to give you a referral motion that item 2 of the 77th report of the Executive Committee on Development Charge Complaints hearing for 11 Ontario Street be referred to the staff committee reviewing the city's development charge bylaw in order to be reviewed on a geographic basis.
Do you have a seconder for that referral motion?
Okay. No, we can't.
Councillor Clark.
Madam Chair, may I speak? I would ask that we get advice from the solicitor. I appreciate the intent, but it is not within our jurisdiction to be able to do that. We can't change it retroactively. We can only try to develop for the future. Would you please check with Mrs. Evans?
Mrs. Evans?
The matter before council requires a decision. It's a hearing on a complaint, and a decision has to be made with respect to the complaint. The matter can be referred to the staff committee reviewing development charges in general to discuss the types of issues that are raised in the complaint and to see if they can be addressed in the future. But the decision on the complaint is council's decision. The decision itself can't be referred to the staff to make the decision. If I understood Councillor Luchuk, I understood him to say this matter be referred to the committee.
And is this council required to make a decision this evening?
You don't have to make the decision this evening, but the requirement under the Act is to hold a hearing, to make a decision, and that the complainants be advised of the decision in writing and the reasons for the decision in writing after the decision has been made. There's no timelines or guidelines within which time the decision has to be made, but one would expect that the hearing's been held and that they're waiting for their decision.
Did I have a question with respect to the referral? Councillor Nicholson, was your hand up earlier on the referral?
Yes. If you note on item 2.2, there is a motion from the executive committee which is actually suggesting that the city's development charges bylaw do exactly what Councillor Luchuk is suggesting, with the exception that we haven't included the decision into that part of that mandate.
Thank you.
I would submit that by attempting to include that in, his motion, referral, is actually totally contrary to the motion from executive.
Okay, thank you.
That he should defeat it before he moves it. That's my belief.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
A point of clarification, please. Is it possible to divide out these two items so that we can get the review done and then consider the decision on the individual case?
I think, Madam Chair, to achieve what I believe Councillor Luchuk is trying to achieve, by simply voting on this, we have to make a decision based on current legislation. That's part one. And by voting for part two, we hear the concerns, are investigating the potential by having the staff look at it. But staff cannot make the decision for council that's shown in one, and staff cannot make an area-specific recommendation to us, nor can we approve it because it's not in our bylaw. So I don't think the referral is possible, and I think that what's here already covers what we're trying to do, with the exception that we like to be able to do something that we can't.
Councillor Clark, does that answer your question? You asked if it could be divided. Would you like the clerk to address that further, or are you satisfied?
Well, I think the answer was that unless the clerk could clarify so that it is possible to divide it, the mayor was indicating that that's not possible, that we can't get a positive report in order to do anything about this particular item.
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, any motion that is reasonably separate can be divided at the request of a member of council. However, I still say that item number one is something that this council must decide on, and item number two is what is being attempted to be done anyway in the referral. So I don't see that the referral will help with that.
I guess the question was based on the comment that we can't be doing things retroactively. So if the item was, if the question was tabled, if the relief request, the Development Charge Act, is tabled, then perhaps we could be come up with a different different.
He's paid the levy. You can't turn that back.
Attitude on it.
Yeah.
It's the date of the appeal, not the date of the decision.
Okay, Madam Chair, there's just nothing
I don't
in
think
law
I don't think that's possible. So
that allows
like
us to grant this, and the legal opinion from our solicitor is that there's nothing that we can do under the bylaw.
Okay.
Councillor Luchuk, are you satisfied with that? Okay.
Please.
All in favor of a referral? Opposed? Opposed? The referral does not carry. We have a motion before us. There was discussion of a tabling, but no motion for tabling. Councillor Nicholson.
I just want to back up what the mayor said. Part two tries to address the inequities caused by a redevelopment problem and development charges. And it may be and I want to stress the word maybe, to see the report, it may be in the best interest of this community that we give advantages by lower development rates within a redevelopment area. And that could be the downtown, but it could be other areas of cities we want to encourage redevelopment to a new use, such as an industrial area, such as a, well, not industrial area, that's not a good word, but it's residential redevelopment. We want to encourage that. We may have different levy charges in those areas as we would into an area that we don't want to see change. Other communities do that. Other communities base it on the quilt approach that Mayor Diamond brought forward and was brought forward to our committee by our solicitor. Some do it by a total quilt. Some do it by, I think it was the blanket approach or the sheet approach. They cover the same rules to the entire committee. Some do both, I think was the comment that was made also by the solicitor. Some have both the combination of the blanket approach and the quilt approach, that they're covered by both systems. The questions raised by the applicant are valid in the planning of the area, but we have to approve the bylaw based on what was the law when the date the appeal was filed, not the date when the decision was rendered, or not by what we wish the bylaw should have said at those days. But I think they have opened our eyes to a problem, and hopefully we can address for other persons the issues they've raised in their delegation tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Beale.
Thank you. Through you to the mayor, if I may, and that is that, just a question, was this one of the properties that had their reassessment done also and got their taxes lowered?
Through you, Madam Chair, it probably was, because the buildings in that area were very significantly over-assessed. Okay. And so the assessment department tried to gain some equity in spite of our not being on market value.
Okay. So therefore we did save them a little bit of money sometime.
Probably by the location, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I speak in support of the recommendation that's before us. It's important for us to all recognize that when the executive committee met to review these charges, these development charges, that we were in fact a quasi-judicial hearing, and that we had to determine if these development charges were applied correctly under the law. And that is in fact what the committee determined. They were applied correctly under the law, despite the fact that some people have an aversion to the development charges, and that we really feel for certain applications. But we can't let that emotional, that want to help these people, separate from the fact that we actually had to look at just the facts. And the facts that were put before the committee was the fact that the development charges were indeed applied correctly. Now what we did in item 2 was we said, okay, well we need to look at how development charges are applied across the city, and that is why the supplementary motion is before you as well. So I think it's important that we keep that context. Otherwise, we could be guilty of misleading, where we're trying to appeal to that emotional element and forgo the responsibility for which we were charged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. There being no further speakers, we have a motion before us. All in favor? Opposed? The item is carried.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Nicholson.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the hour.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Yes. Councillor Lucic, those in favor? I'm not sure that there were enough votes there. Those in favor. Otherwise, you come back tomorrow morning. Opposed. That's it. Okay. Community Services. Councillor Kolodzi.
Very much, Madam Mayor. The Community Service Committee respectfully reports and recommends to City Council its 41st report and asks you to pass the 6 items in front of you and to tell you that in today's Executive Committee meeting, when the executive discussed item number 1, there wasn't a clear consensus to support the Community Service Committee, but we met and we want the Council to make the decision on that item number 1.
Thank you. Community Services items 1 to 6.
Item number 1 has been questioned. Any further? Just number 1 for you, Councillor Potticari? Just number 1? On items 3, 5, and 6, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On item number 1, I have Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor Potticari.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a referral motion. That item 1 be referred back to the Community Services Committee for the development of a comprehensive funding analysis for the CCNA and the city's relationship.
A funding analysis for?
The OCCNA and the city of Oshawa.
And the city of Oshawa. Is there a seconder on the referral? Councillor Lucic.
Speak to the referral.
Direction and timing only.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe that further investigation is necessary on this issue to deal with a comprehensive report rather than dealing with one section in isolation.
Direction.
Therefore, I would ask council support a referral back to the CS committee for a further review so we may address it comprehensively.
On the referral, direction and timing. Councillor Potticari.
I don't support the referral. I believe that the staff will be meeting with the OCCNA again, and you can kick this around back and forth, but you have to finally get control in the city of these clubhouses.
On the referral, Councillor Aker.
Support the referral. I abandon the executive committee and support the recommendation of the CS committee.
Okay. On the referral, those in favor, recorded vote requested by Councillor Lucic.
On the motion, Councillor Lucic.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pidrobecki.
Yes.
Councillor Potticari.
No.
Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Beal.
Who's answered for me?
No.
Somebody, no. Somebody answered for me.
Councillor Boychin.
No.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
No.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Klodsy.
No.
That's 7 affirmative, 6 negative.
It is referred back to the committee.
That's the whole thing.
Item number 2, Canada Goose Study. Councillor Pidrobecki.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will be supporting the recommendation. I just wanted to, I think some time ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we had suggested to Community Services that we put up no feed signs with regard to geese and fowl. I'm wondering whether we could have Community Services look into that. I think it's, because it is becoming a tremendous health problem, I think we should be doing something along the Lakeview Park and some of our other parks that we try and persuade the public not to feed these birds at this point in time, because they should be heading south, but as long as we're prepared to feed them, they're going to hang around here, and we're going to just compound the problem. So I'd like Community Services to have a look and see what we can do with signage.
The item before us tonight is to participate in the Waterfront Regeneration Trust study.
That's right. I certainly will be supporting.
Not the feed.
Okay. On the item before us, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 4, Councillor Spring.
Thank you, Mayor Diamond. As one of the ward councillors for the Goodman Creek Retention Pond, Ward 6, over the years I've received a number of calls with respect to this property, and I'm surprised to see recommendation sub 4 that staff place appropriate information signage in the area, since I know that some time ago there were 2 signs placed at the north and 1 at the south, and those signs cost us a considerable amount of money to place there. I wonder if either the chair or staff could give me some further information with respect to the signage, since we do have signage there now.
Yes, I stand to be corrected by the signage that is there just tells you what it is and not what we want to do, and that's the other appropriate signage that we want to put up there. But I would also have the commissioner compliment or disprove what I just said.
Is it signage to say that it's a naturalization area?
Yes, that's what it is.
Your Worship,
Mr. Bedford?
that's my understanding of the direction of committee to staff. That we would review the signage that's there and see if there's a way to introduce signage that describe the area as a naturalization area.
Okay, Councillor Spring?
So they're investigating the signage. This specifically says place appropriate information signage, and those signs that are there now are reasonably detailed. They don't just give the name of the retention pond. They're, in fact, one would have to slow down if one was driving past those signs because there is a fair amount of information on them. So I question that the motion specifically says will place without further investigating the need to place at a cost to the city, since I know we paid a significant amount for the rather detailed signs that are presently placed there now.
You have a couple of options. One is to divide, could refer that back, could defeat it, or take it in the broadest sense in considering your comments. It says appropriate information signage, and staff would then, if we underline appropriate, staff are not going to go out and waste money on a sign that's to say something that's already there.
Thank you. Since I have spoken to it, I can't refer it. I certainly would request a division.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, just on further in that matter, it was actually a suggestion of the delegation who said that the sign basically says it's a stormwater retention area, but that people do walk their animals through the area, that people sometimes have dogs chasing some of the birds and animals in the area, and that there isn't an information signs for those areas that people are wandering through to explain to them that this is a renaturalization area, that we don't want your dog running wild, we don't want you chasing the geese or the birds or disrupting the nest or doing whatever in the area, that it's a renaturalization area. We're trying to get the natural flora and fauna back to this balance, and that they should be aware of that when they're walking through the area and give it respect.
Okay,
and it was a suggestion of the delegation to do that.
Were there any further speakers on this item? Councillor Gray?
Thank you very much. I speak in support of the motion that's before us. Certainly, representing that area, I can tell you that you can never get a clear consensus on this area. Certainly, some people wish to do a complete cut of the entire retention pond and have it well manicured and groomed. Most people, however, want to see it return to the natural area as it was when they first had their homes built. And that seems to me to be the most logical approach. I agree with the cutting the grass just at the top periphery of the banks. This will serve the residents whose backyards actually back onto the Goodman Creek, and they will they have concerns about the weed seeds blowing through onto their grass. They like this almost a buffer zone by having just that top area cut. So I think the recommendation that's before us is actually a very good compromise, and we finally put the issue to rest. I like the idea of further plantings to help create a more natural area. But the only area I would actually draw Council's attention to is the south dike that faces onto King Street. The stonework that was used has several gaps in it, and we're having a situation where a lot of the weeds are coming up through, and it's quite unsightly when you do look from King Street. And I would just ask that the committee possibly look at a vinage type of plant that could grow out and cover the stonework, rather than having just the weeds coming up through the stone and just looking like we're not doing our job in regular maintenance. So I would just refer that to the committee, and perhaps they could take that under advisement. I see no need to actually amend the recommendation that's before us, but I would just hope that you would take that under consideration and possibly during your spring plantings try and do something just to buffer that area and hide the unsightliness.
Thanks, Councillor Gray. We'll take that under advisement and make sure that it's looked after.
Councillor Boychin.
I just wonder if Councillor Gray is prepared to support the cost of the vinage outside the regular capital budget expenditures.
I wouldn't try it. On item number 4, a division has been requested on subsections 1, 2, and 3. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. On subsection 4, being the signage,
Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any questions to the chair of the committee? Okay. I just mention or remind members of council, we've done the proclamation this week, but the Canadian Junior Football Championship will be held in Oshawa on Saturday. There's a banquet Thursday, a press conference Friday, and the game is at 1 o'clock at the Civic Fields. So the best junior football in Canada will be here in Oshawa on Saturday. Yes, on CKVR. And it's the Hawkeyes that are doing the primary work to bring them in. Fire protection, Councillor Beale.
Fire protection and general purpose committee presenting your report and recommend City Council report its report, including recommendations 1 through 7 inclusive. I have a correction on item number 2, please, and an addition in number 5.
Okay, I'll hold 2 and 5 at the moment. I'm sorry? Question 2. On the remainder, 6. Okay, on 1, 3, 4, and 7, those in favor. Opposed, that's carried. Councillor Beale, would you give us the wording on 2, please?
Correction is to delete increase in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth line, just before be 2%. The license fee be 2%. That's the way it should read.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to this, to introduce it on behalf of your committee, or you'll summarize at the end?
No, I'll summarize after there's a question.
Councillor Nicholson.
I'm urging the members of council to defeat the recommendation. If you note, members of council, I circulated a package of letters from the bingo operators and charities within the city of Oshawa. They have some concerns about the recommendation and are supporting an alternate. The letters at this point come from the Oshawa Central Lions Club, the chair of the Oshawa Lions Centennial Center Committee, Dorothy Sutton, the manager, Jubilee Pavilion, representing 9 organizations, the Red Barn Charities Association, Mark Sheriff present, and he's representing some 22 organizations. Also from Rhonda Eaton, the manager of Caesar's Bingo Palace, who are representing 29 organizations that are listed. They are concerned about the impact of this major increase in funds on their operation. They are hoping that some other alternative could be addressed. If this item were defeated, I would be pleased to move another motion which is outlined on the letter and cover the package brought forward. I think we have to be extremely careful when we deal with bingo operations in this city. There are 2 major changes that are going to occur in the industry that are going to severely affect the profitability of bingo operations in the city. One is the ever-increasing number of charity casinos that are out there and the potential of a permanent charity casino site. I hope, of course, it never does happen, but that's something they have to face. And the opening and development of the Scugog Island Casino and Bingo Parlor, which has a considerable effect on their operations as well. These charities are not asking that there not be an increase. They're asking for time. They're asking for a phase-in of the increase so that they can adjust to those new financial structures. I want to applaud the committee for trying to deal with a very difficult action. It is not the easiest of issues to deal with. I think they're trying in the best of their ability, the best of their good heart, to find a solution. Unfortunately, the solution that they're suggesting, I think, opens up other problems. We charge a fee for service. That's what the Act says. We can charge an administration fee for the service we provide. We provide the same service to each bingo, regardless whether they make money or not. I don't believe it's in the best interest of the city to develop a new precedent that says if you license with the city and you lose money, we will give you a lesser license fee. I can just see in my mind the groups coming back in that they've had a special event or have held a business venture and said, gee, you know, last year I lost money. Can I get a lesser fee because you did it with the bingos when they lost money? I think that doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the process. I believe that the alternate motion that's being suggested is one that is meeting the needs of the city's additional cash flow, is a fee-for-service protocol that makes sense, and has the support of over 60 organizations that both provide and use a charitable basis within the city. Our own report says if we do this increase, we will gain additional revenue. I think the number being quoted is $175,000. And I have to ask council sincerely, do we want to take $175,000 away from over 60 charitable organizations in the city and put it in our bank account? What will be the impact of that change? I know we need to raise funds, I know we need additional revenues, but I prefer to phase it in and not take this $175,000 out of the charities in one large swoop of the taxman coming in and taking it away. If someone was suggesting a tax increase to do that, we'd all be saying it's a terrible thing. Well, an increasing administration fee has the same effect.
Okay.
You may, in fact, put businesses, charities, out of the bingo business by increasing these fees, and then they won't be able to help anyone. You'll lose revenue, and you'll put them out of the charity process. So I urge council to sincerely consider these letters. They're quite valid, and come up with an alternate view that meets both our needs and those of the charities and operators.
Councillor Gray.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just to speak to the motion and just to give some background information, the committee was prepared 1 month ago to bring this item to council, and we pulled it at the last minute when we got some feedback from the bingo hall operators and the charities. At the last Fire Protection General Purpose Committee meeting, we actually heard the concerns of the charities, and we've tried to put together a compromise motion. Rather than just having our fees 3% across the board, we've looked at if a bingo actually loses money during some of their less populated bingos, and they indicated to us that Mondays and Tuesdays tend to be slower nights, so that there's a chance of actually losing money. So what we've said in our compromise is that we would use the existing fee structure, which is 2% of your prize board. And under provincial guidelines right now, we're allowed to charge up to 3%. Whitby and Clarington are charging 3%, and we're proposing that we go to 3%. As Councillor Nicholson has indicated, this move would bring to the city an additional $175,000 per year. I'd also reference the fact that we will be looking at the report of the city manager in the executive committee report, highlighting the needs of finding $1.4 million next year just to balance our books. And if we don't obviously find the $1.4 million, then we're going to have to cut services or do something else. So I mean, I think it's very important that we recognize that we must be on the search for revenue. This is certainly one area where we can in fact find significant dollars. $175,000 is nothing to be sneezed at, and we are doing it. If you notice it, that we are going to review it after a 6-month trial period. In other words, we're not casting it in stone right now, but we will in fact look at it in the future. Councillor Nicholson has raised the concern of the Scugog Island Casino and their huge bingo hall that they're going to be operating. We've told the bingo hall operators, the charities, that we want to review this, should we need to, if this causes undue hardship. But in the meantime, let's try the 3%, and if we have to review it and if we have to change gears, fine and dandy. But let's at least implement it. Let's try and grow revenues for the city. Certainly we've got a commitment that we won't have a tax increase next year on the residential property base. So I think we've got to look at each and every avenue for gaining revenues. Obviously, if we turn this down, we're going to still have the pain of finding, revenues from some other source. So I'd ask the council to actually look at this and certainly approve the recommendation put forward by the Fire Protection General Purpose Committee. Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Chair.
Beal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Councillor Gray brought in an awful lot of the points that were raised and discussed at the committee meeting. The thing is that most of these people were represented by the, well, they just send some people. You needn't shake your head, Councillor Nicholson, because they said that they were representing some and most of the charities, because that's what we asked. And as was discussed, the recommendation was put to go ahead and leave it at 2% for the 2 nights that they probably would lose. And in my calculations, it's not going to be $174,000. If we go ahead and see 2 nights, I would say about a third would probably be lost. So we're looking between $100,000 and $120,000, and then that is per year. And if we only do it on a 6-month basis, because that's all this recommendation is saying, that this is to be on a 6-month trial basis. That's all we're asking for. And right now, the outlining areas are charging the 3%. The province of Ontario used to go ahead and rebate what they received in the amount of $55,000, and we got that up until 1993. 1994, 95, 96, we haven't got $55,000 from the province. So we've been losing that much. So we're trying to pick up a little bit more. That's why they gave us up to the 3%.
Councillor Pidberbecki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just find this rather amazing after coming through the debates we've had this evening. One minute you want to act like Santa Claus and throw around $170,000, and the next minute you want to grab $170,000 back from the non-profit making organizations and the charities. I mean, this is really great. One of these days we might make up our mind which way we really want to go, although I'm not sure about that. But in any event, I have to agree with Councillor Nicholson that taking this money away isn't going to resolve a lot of things, because we're just going to make more hardships for other people. When you read this, and it says, Minister of Consumer, and under circumstances when a loss is incurred, how do you define a loss? I'd like to know from the chairperson or whomever. What is a loss? I mean, if you make, and I've seen this happen because I am involved in bingos myself, charitable bingos, and I may not be if this is implemented, but that's okay. If we make $30 or $20 and you consider that as a profit, which it is, I suppose, it's 20 or 30, and then you whack us another percentage point, which is 35 or 40 bucks, depending on what the prize board is, there goes the profit. And there are lots of bingos who operate from time to time on that type of profit. You don't always make $500. You don't always make $300 or $1,000. There are days you lose, as you people know, and as this clerk will verify, and there are a lot of days you'll make 10 or 20 bucks. So if you say you make a profit, we're going to charge you an extra percentage, then you're actually giving them a non-profit evening. So I can't support this. And it's just, like I said before, I think we better make up our minds whether we want to be Santa Claus or we want to be Scrooge. And I think it's about time we realize that we better start acting a little more Scroogey on all the items that require money. But I certainly won't be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Harrell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be extremely brief. I would ask Council to support the recommendation. And I would also ask Council to look around these chambers and note the absence of the bingo operators. We had a very good meeting with them at our last Fire Protection General Purpose Committee. It's my opinion that they agreed with the recommendation before us, and I think their absence here this evening indicates that they agree with the recommendation that's before Council.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Oh, well, each will interpret the information before us in our own way. I have no further speakers listed on item number 2. Thank you.
On the motion, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Pidrebecki. No. Councillor Potticari.
Yes.
Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beal.
Yes.
Councillor Boychin.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
No.
Councillor Dykstra.
No.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
Councillor Kolodzy.
No.
Councillor Lucic.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
No.
That's 9 affirmative, 6 negative.
The motion carries.
Item number 5, Madam Mayor, there's an addition.
Yes, you want to add one?
Yes, I just want to add that in item B, it should read that the November 10th to the 16th, 1996 be proclaimed Unity in Diversity Week in Oshawa, and that the Unity in Diversity banner be mounted at City Hall, and that the presentation of the proclamation certificate be referred to the Mayor's office.
Okay. So we get one that, plus a banner, plus the delivery of a proclamation. That's an amendment from your complete committee.
That's right.
On item number 5, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 6, Councillor Boychin?
I'd like to advise that I will not be supporting this motion. I don't intend or I don't mean to detract from this gentleman's service during World War II. It's just that this program was established for residents of the city of Oshawa who served actively in the war, and I think it's a glaring exception that this gentleman was not even a resident of Canada during his service. Not that he was not a resident of Oshawa, but he was not even a resident of Canada. And I think somehow if we start making exceptions to the original program, I think that somehow detracts from the award or the commemoration that we were giving to the residents of the city of Oshawa that served in the war. This is a rather difficult situation. I know the cost of preparing one of these plaques is minimal, it's insignificant, but I think it's a matter of the pride of the citizens of Oshawa and their service, not only to their community and country during the war, and I think that's why they were being recognized, and I think we should maintain the integrity of that award, and as I say, I don't mean to detract from Mr. Green's service to the Empire during the war, but he certainly was not even a resident of Canada, so I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. On the motion, Councillor Beal?
Just to remind Council that there was quite a lot of discussion at when we had it up here before, and it was referred back to our committee to take a look at, so we thought that rather than change the policy, we would go ahead and award this plaque to this gentleman, and then we would also take a look at any other that came through in the same way rather than change policy.
On the motion, those in favor? Opposed?
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, would you do 4 again? It carries. On questions to the Fire Protection Committee. All right. Councillor Spring, would you please take the chair again? My pen's running. Maybe I'll just take my book. Sorry, it's easier. Yes. Thank you.
Mayor Diamond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lucic. The Executive Committee respectfully reports and recommends to City Council its 77th report, including items 1 to 7. Item number 2 has already been voted upon. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to speak to number 4, please.
Number 4, what other items have been called? I have 4, that's the only one I have. 6, okay. Okay, 3 people were speaking at the same time. Okay, Colodzi. Okay, and Del. That leaves item numbers 1, 5, and 7. All in favor of those 3 items? Opposed? Those items are carried. Mayor Diamond, item number 1. Pardon me, item number, let's see, where are we?
Someone questioned number 3.
3, Councillor Colodzi.
I'm just indicating to you that on item number 3, I have a conflict of interest, as it mentions my employer in that preamble there.
Okay. Any further
No
questions?
preamble, in the recommendation.
Okay, so conflict of interest on item number 3. All in favor of item number 3? Opposed? The item is carried. Pardon me?
That was too slow. You're getting tired. You're losing your
Item number 4, Mayor Diamond.
You're losing your touch, Brian.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would, although the hour is late, I think it's extremely important that we identify the plans for this council for the next year, and that we have been working with staff, especially over the last 3 years. Very, very significant changes have taken place within the city in terms of getting expenditures under control, establishing priorities, strategic planning. A strategic financial plan has been developed for council. We're working on a 5-year capital plan at this time. But the report that's before us this evening is the 1997 budget process, and the guidelines will include a 0 mill rate increase, that is assumed that we will have our 6th year with a 0 increase. We have a mill rate stabilization fund which we established a couple of years ago. That is helping us to counteract the volatility of our revenue. And we have assumed that there will be no increase in staff establishment. The departments are very actively looking for ways to have more revenue for the city. And in spite of all this very solid work and the work that's gone on by both staff and council, we anticipate that we will still have to cut another $1.425 million in our expenditures in order to achieve that 0 for next year. The news beyond that gets only worse, Madam Chair. The expectation is that in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll not be surprised if we have no grants or transfer payments from the province, because the province is attempting to get its financial house in order. So we are going to face some very serious decisions at the council level. I'd say we've had some instances tonight where we've got ourselves into difficulty in terms of what it is we're trying to do and how we're going to pay for it. I think that's going to become more prevalent in the future, and that as we work into our strategic planning, it will help us give the template for decision making, that if we do not do that, we will not be able to achieve these cuts. And I'm sure that every member of council wishes to keep that commitment, keep our money under control, and we want to do it on behalf of the citizens of Oshawa, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pitt-Rebecki.
Just on number 5, if I could, just for a point of information for council, the
on
Oshawa
number
Transit.
5?
We're still on number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was finished. I'm sorry.
You could speak to it on 4 in the budget.
No, I don't want to do that. Not yet.
And the vote was taken on item number 5. Councillor Pitt-Rebecki, the vote was taken on item number 5.
So
but we're back to item number 4. Councillor Colodzi.
He can do it on 4.
I can do it on 4, but I just want to say that we are coming forward with a report from Transit with regard to the steps we'll be taking to try and get our budget in order. we will be coming before executive and the council in the very near future.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claude.
Yes, I would be very pleased to recommend to council that I am pleased to see those recommendations under 1, 2, and 3. And I think it's really important that we follow those precepts that are there, and that I would request a recorded vote on item number 4 because I think it's that important.
Okay, the item is before us. There being no further questions, Mr. Suter.
On the motion, Councillor Colazzi.
Yes.
Councillor Lucic.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pidrebecki.
Yes.
Councillor Potticari.
Yes.
Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beal.
Yes.
Councillor Boychin.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
Yes.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
That's 15 affirmative, 0 negative.
Madam Chair, may I just have the indulgence to extend a thank you to Mr. John Brown, to Mrs. Baker, the Commissioner of Corporate Services, and the staff. We are receiving information such as we've never had before in terms of program-based budgeting, and there has been a tremendous amount of work by staff in order to enable us to come to this this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next item before us is item number 6, a economic development property matter. Councillor Boychin, is it necessary to go in camera?
Well, that's one of my questions. I wanted to know why this report was considered in camera. I think, as Councillor Aker has pointed out in previous meetings, that we only go into camera for personnel matters, financial matters, and legal matters. And
This is a property matter, Councillor Boychin, Mayor Diamond.
No, this one's confidential.
Well, just a second. I'm not finished yet. In what way is this, I don't understand in what way this is a property matter. We're not dealing with any property. Perhaps somebody could explain what the property matter is. It seems to me that we're indicating...
Mayor Diamond?
Madam Chair, this is a property matter of a corporation wishing to acquire land from the city, and disclosure would put that company at a disadvantage in its negotiations and would put the company at a disadvantage to disclose its plans and could put it in jeopardy. It's absolutely confidential economic development.
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what report it is.
16-96. The one that's stated in the report, in the recommendation.
Have I got the wrong one? Oh, then my apologies.
Thank you.
Okay. So, the item is before us. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The item is carried. Mayor Diamond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lucic, permission to waive the rules in order to introduce the 78th report of the Executive Committee.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lucic, the Executive Committee respectfully reports and recommends to City Council its 78th report, including items 1 to 8. And I would point out on the confidential report item, the answer is exactly the same as the other one.
Thank you very much. Any items?
Yep.
Councillor 2? 2 and 7 have been questioned. Item numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8, all in favor? Opposed? The items are carried. Item number 2, Councillor Clark.
Declaration of interest is my husband, under his company General Discovery, has made a presentation to the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, to the Regional Economic Development Office, and to the City of Toronto Economic Development Office.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? The item is carried. Item number 7, Community Services Property Matter, Councillor Boychin.
This is the question I was getting at, and I don't understand why it's considered to be a property matter.
Madam Chair, I apologize this time. It's not property in that sense. It is the business development plan of a company, and that its plans would, if divulged, give it difficulty in its working towards its goal in terms of competitiveness and its opportunity to proceed and work things through. Oh, this is very hard without making it public. It's respecting the economic development aspect of that company. Be quite happy to discuss it in camera.
Well, I thought it had to do with the economic development of the airport, and that I got the impression that all that was being requested by this corporation
Please be careful in what you say.
Yes, I won't mention any names.
Well, or projects.
Was simply a letter of comfort from the city.
No, Madam Chair, they are. Why don't we go in camera? I do it in an in-camera session. There's no financial involvement. It's just support, and it's not exclusive. No, it is an in-camera item to protect an economic development matter. The private information around a corporation.
Well, I understand earlier today at the executive committee that this was discussed in open session, and there was only a very small portion that related to some confidential information.
No, Madam Chair, that is not correct. This item was discussed in camera. Another report was discussed in open session. So this is a business. Yeah, this is a company's business plan, and when a company comes to us to discuss business opportunities in Oshawa, it is not appropriate that we publish a private company's business focus. It's up to them to do that.
Well,
We're happy to discuss it in camera, Councillor.
Councillor Boychin, is it your wish that we should go in camera?
Well, I think, yes, I guess so.
We could do it at the end of the...
Okay, following motions?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, so this is the only item outstanding on executive.
Move that it be referred to the in-camera portion of the meeting, Madam Chair.
We need a seconder on that motion. Councillor Mason.
What is
Councillor
the in-camera portion of the meeting?
To an in-camera portion.
Following motions? Okay. Thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Aker, the item is carried. Any questions to the mayor with respect to executive committee?
Yes, may I?
Councillor Boychin.
Is it appropriate to discuss this report now?
Yes.
Or ask questions about this
Madam
report?
Chair, we had an excellent presentation this morning on this at executive committee, and Mr. Paul Holder will make a presentation to all of council at our next meeting. We just thought the meeting was going to be too long tonight.
Oh, okay, well, then I'll reserve my questions.
So staff will make a presentation next time.
I'll reserve it tonight.
Councillor Dykstra.
We'll fall up. Bring some prize down, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Dykstra.
Chair. Through you to the Mayor, there was a report that was given from the BIA in regards to a legal opinion, and it was not included into the agenda, and it was not received from the BIA as confidential report. So why would it be marked as confidential?
Mayor Diamond?
I received a letter from the BIA as supplementary information, and because it is a pending legal matter, I assumed that it was marked confidential. Mr. Clerk? No, somewhere in this I read it.
Madam Chair, I understand the information that we received from the
Yes,
The downtown board on Friday was marked confidential when we received it.
It's shown, Madam Chair, in the correspondence as the second part of item number 6. A copy of the report, a copy of a legal opinion regarding the board's capacity is forwarded to members of council.
Yes, it was not sent in as a confidential item, and I would like to, if I have to do a motion in regards to it, I would like to have it removed as a confidential item and put into correspondence.
Madam Chair, may I ask instead, when we receive a legal opinion from someone else's solicitor, I find it very awkward that we should release it. Could I ask through you to Councillor Dykstra, if the downtown board wishes that item to be public, could you please ask the downtown board to make it public? Would that achieve the same result?
Well, it was given out to council and to council members as well as to the mayor in regards as an open item, not to be confidential. And through the clerk's office, there has been a misunderstanding because it was not to be confidential whatsoever. This is to be, there's no reason in their eyes that this needs to be confidential. And I believe then, out of respect to the BIA and that they have put it out as an open item, that it should go into correspondence, that everyone can.
Okay. Madam Chair, the item is marked confidential from the solicitor for the downtown board. It clearly is marked confidential, but again, if the downtown board has no objection to its release, that's certainly the downtown board's option. I am uncomfortable that we receive a legal opinion marked confidential and that we handle it in any way other than being confidential.
Yes, but if you look at the covering letter to Mr. Suter, you will realize that it is not confidential item. They did not want it that way. There is no mark whatsoever on the covering letter that says confidential.
No. Sorry about that, Madam Chair. The delegations did not speak to this issue at all, and but if it's their wish to have it be made a public document, absolutely.
Madam Mayor, would it be appropriate if I make a motion to waive the rules that Mr. Sherman come forward to speak for it real shortly, real quickly, to say that they have no problem having this presented as a public document?
Okay. I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. My thinking is still this letter came to us from someone else. It is a legal opinion and it's marked confidential. Mr. Sherman is here. Why can't he release it? And I'm not directing that to him. If that's, if that's the will.
Councillor Dykstra has made a motion that we waive the rules to hear from Mr. Sherman. Councillor Dykstra, you are the representative to the Downtown Board of Management. Are you not in a position to speak to this yourself?
Well, I am in a position, but if anyone feels uncomfortable that I am speaking on behalf of the BIA in regards that we do not have this as a confidential item, that Mr. Sherman is here to be able to address it, that they do not want this as a confidential item.
Do you have a
point of order?
On a point of order?
With all due respect to the issue, and I have read the letters evidence, it's not before this council. And it wasn't included in the agenda as a matter before this council. I assumed it was just a letter to councilors individually for their information. I wonder if I could inquire to Councillor Baker whether she's suggesting that this letter, in fact, would be a letter considered to council as a corporate body, and that it should be on the agenda paper for today.
It's already been voted upon. It was in the agenda.
It was referred to under delegations, and delegations had an opportunity to speak. At that time, Mr. Sherman, with all due respect, could have addressed the item since it was included under delegations within our agenda, and he chose, after speaking for some time, not to address that particular item. So to ask him to speak again when he did already speak...
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just trying to clarify what I'm confused. The motion in item 6 of the delegations asked for Peter Trish's, Louise Parks, and Daryl Sherman's address council. And then, in brackets, a copy of their annual report releasing the data section 7 numbers delegation 6. If it was their intent that these be separated as 2 items, that the delegation be dealt with one item and the letter
Be a separate item of correspondence to be dealt with separately. I'm just seeking a clarification. Was that their intent? So that we could refer them separately.
Yes, I would assume that would be their intent. Let me just check. Yes, it was.
Was their intent.
Yes, it was.
Madam Chair, the letter from the Downtown Board is headed Discussion Paper Planning for Economic Development Oshawa Official Plan Review. And it says that 3 people would like to speak to the above matter. And then we're submitting a copy of the annual report as well as a legal opinion regarding the board's capacity. And on the next page, the lawyer's letter is addressed to the Downtown Board and is marked confidential. I again request that the Downtown Board release its letter to anyone it wishes to release it to. And this council has already voted upon the executive committee item, but it's not up to us to do that.
Councillor Boychin, you wish to speak on this item?
Well, I think as a lawyer I might have a little bit of input that might be somewhat relevant. Quite clearly the letter from Dennis Heffernan to the Downtown Board of Management is marked confidential, but the covering letter sent by the Downtown Board of Management to the city clerk is not marked confidential, and therefore I think is quite clearly that it's not intended that the letter from Dennis Heffernan be kept confidential, because if it was intended to be confidential, as between the Downtown Board and the clerk's office, the Downtown Board would have marked confidential on their letter to the clerk. I mean, that, you know, I think we're just arguing about...
How's about taking a motion and voting on it?
Okay, Councillor Dykstra, you did have a motion.
Yes, I do have the motion, Madam Chair, in regards to the information, and that we should have the information included in correspondence and the item be marked confidential, be removed from the confidential. And Councillor.
And so we have a seconder for that motion, and Councillor Beal. Did you wish to speak to the motion further,
Well, it's pretty well clear right now, Madam Chair, that as I had said earlier, and Councillor Boychin had confirmed it, this was not in the covering letter a confidential item. It was meant to be released for everyone's information, and the Downtown Board is really adamant that this information be out in the open to the public.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a problem with going ahead releasing some information that was given to us as under separate cover. And, you know, the thing is, whether or not it is public or whether the Downtown Board wants it to be public, I think it is up to them to release their letter, their information. It isn't ours. It isn't within any recommendation here. I will not be supporting this motion. I think we're just going around in circles, around and around and around. Heavenly days, let's get on. It's 12 o'clock.
Councillor Nicholson.
The more I listen to this debate, the more I'm seeming to see a large rabbit come running here wearing a big hat trying, I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. Let's get on with it.
Madam Chair, I move the question be put, or the...
You spoke to the item. Is that... Certainly, go ahead, Councillor Gray.
I certainly have reservations about us releasing the information. I think it's important for us to recognize that this letter that's coming from the downtown lawyer is in response to a report that we got from our own solicitor. So unless we're actually releasing the report of our own solicitor so that you can look at things in its entirety, you're only looking at one aspect. So I do have some problems with releasing just one side of the equation, and certainly us taking the initiative to release this information. Certainly if the downtown wishes to make their position known, I think they can do that quite well. We don't need to be the ones to broadcast these confidential reports, and I would ask that we respect the confidentiality of our own solicitor, the reports that we've received from her, and and let it be the downtown's own initiative if they so wish to release these reports.
Just so I'm sure who I still have as speakers, Councillor Aker, Boychin, and Clark. Okay, Councillor Aker, go ahead.
Well, I won't be voting to release this. It makes comment on our solicitor's opinion. So there's no way that I would vote to release this. This is absolutely a letter of the downtown board. They can release it any way they want. It's not up to us to release it.
Councillor Boychin.
Quite simply, just the fact that they've written a letter from the downtown board to the town clerk that has not been marked confidential. They have released the letter to the public. And it's like, look, this is a ludicrous article. This is ridiculous.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Boychin. Councillor Clark.
I would certainly concur with Councillor Boychin's observations on this. I think this letter has obviously been submitted, as any other correspondence is to us, for public receipt. And in saying that we should let them distribute it, I think that negates the whole purpose of having letters submitted to the clerk. The purpose of a letter submitted to the clerk is that it become public knowledge, and the distribution ability of the city is certainly known to the BIA when they submitted this letter, and that is the desire of them to have this opinion become public knowledge. As well, with regard to the speaker not having identified this item, I think one can appreciate the difficulty and the number and range of subjects that the chair of the BIA had to address. And to address this item at the same time as the economic development paper would certainly have muddied the waters there, and I don't think that was his intent. I think there was certainly a broad range of topics covered at that time when he appeared as a delegation, so I can understand why he wouldn't have addressed this item, it being a legal matter at the same time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. There being no further questions, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? The item has lost. Any further questions to the mayor?
Yeah, other than what time can we go home? Thank you.
It'll be the same thing.
Thanks. Nothing like bringing correspondence.
Are there any notices of motion to be presented this evening? Councillor Potticari.
I have a notice effective the first meeting in December 1996 that council meetings commence at 1700 hours. If there is more than 2 delegates that wish to speak to the council, the delegates must write to the city clerk by Thursday of the previous week.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, a notice?
That the council motion regarding item 2 of the 40th report of the Fire Protection and General Purpose Committee be reconsidered.
2/3.
Okay.
Another long meeting next time. Aren't you lucky?
Councillor Luchik? Councillor Luchik, do you intend to proceed this evening, and if so, would you give me your seconder, please?
Yes, Councillor Potticari. Is that right there, Councillor Potticari? You're going to second my notice?
Okay, Councillor Luchik, would you proceed, please? That council reconsider its decision to spend $150,000 on the proposed sidewalk intersection treatment at the city's Four Corners.
Rest my case. It's a reconsideration. I don't believe there's any discussion on this.
Oh, you want, okay. Okay, so, it's a long night. Okay, that council reconsider its decision to spend $150,000 on the proposed sidewalk intersection treatment at the city's Four Corners. Those...
Recorded to vote.
Okay.
Yes. Councillor Mason.
Councillor Mason, reconsideration of the Four Corners?
Councillor Nicholson. Yes. Councillor Pidrebecki. Yes. Councillor Potticari. Yes. Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beal.
Yes.
Councillor Boychin.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
No.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
Councillor Claudsey. That's 14 affirmative, 1 negative.
Okay, so the reconsideration means that that option is open, that the item then is before us about the intersection at the Four Corners with that treatment. And do you now wish to speak against that motion? We don't have it in front of us.
I don't believe it came as a separate motion. And
It was part of the whole.
That's right. And I don't know if we want to
I think, Councillor,
divide that out or
well, I think
receive
that
and file that portion.
Do you want to table it till the next
Okay,
meeting
I'll
so
table
we
it till
get
next
the
meeting.
wording?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That this item be tabled until the next meeting of council, and that staff provide members of council with the necessary documentation related to this item.
Perfect.
Okay, Councillor Duchek, seconded by Councillor Nicholson. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Councillor Nicholson, you have all the information. What are you you have it many times over.
Well, Madam Mayor, having finally today been given the information in a letter from yourself and a letter from Mr. Goff, and getting that information finally, I see no need to proceed with the notice of motion.
No, Councillor, you were given this information before.
There's nothing before us. There is
Madam
nothing
Mayor?
before this council.
Okay.
Let's not go on.
Madam
with it.
Mayor, I received it.
Either lift it from the table or...
Okay.
I don't want to
Get into
confuse
it.
council. I got it on my desk tonight. When I came in here, Mr. Goff handed it to me.
Done, it's done.
Done.
Motions.
Motions.
You blame.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Harrell, that the application submitted by 1204091 Ontario Inc. Operating as mainline, thank you, auto sales and car wash and Image Auto Sales Durham for a public license be approved.
Councillor Nicholson.
Just on procedure, we have an address where they operate in the entire city of Oshawa. I know
Where's
you
the
don't.
address,
I'm
Mr.
asking
Clerk?
If someone could help us out, maybe someone's got a
He's
contact.
getting it.
Madam Chair, Mainline Auto Sales and Car Wash, 465 Bloor Street West, and Image Auto Sales, 438 King Street West.
On the motion, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Bylaws, and then we'll have the, excluding the confirming bylaw, and then we have the in-camera questions on exec. Bylaws, who's got it? Councillor Nicholson.
Move myself, second by Councillor Clausi, the bylaws 10296 and 10496 be read a first and second time.
On 102, 3, and 496, first and second reading. Councillor Potticari?
Want you to hold 102, I'd like to speak on it.
Okay, we'll divide on that. On 10396 and 10496. Those in favor of first and second reading? Opposed?
We can't vote on it.
Correct. I just spotted it. Yeah, correct. A portion of 104.
Okay. Then you've got a somebody had a declaration.
And Madam
You have
Mayor,
a declaration.
I'm the one with the declaration, so
Okay.
I'd like to amend my motion to be 102 and 103.
Okay. 10296
myself.
and 10396 have been moved. One for first and second reading. 102, there's a request to speak. On 103, which is the parking changes on Mary Street North, the traffic calming. First and second reading. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Would you do third reading on that one and we'll clear it?
Separately?
103?
Oh, okay. Can we do that?
Why not?
Well, if I've moved 102 and 103, how can I move third reading? I'm jammed, aren't I?
Vote on 103.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm kind of jammed with the motion, that's all.
I thought it'd just be nice if we cleared one thing off without referring it to somebody.
I agree.
Councillor Potticari, would you speak to the first and second readings on 10296, please?
Yes, I believe the council is making a very big mistake by passing this bylaw. We've seen tonight an example of the ward system in action. What a sham it was. I'm saying that we go back to the original structure of councils, that we elect the regional councillors throughout the city. We leave the boundaries of the wards the same because you're mixing everybody up. The Board of Education doesn't know which way they're going now with the gerrymandering of the ward boundaries. I hope people have thought about this to see exactly what is going to happen. And I ask you to vote against this bylaw and bury it for once and for all and get into the modern way of governing a city. We don't even know if we're going to have a city council. We don't even know if we're going to have a region. The way, look what they're doing to Toronto. We don't even know if the minister has approved eliminating 3 seats for the city of Oshawa. We don't know all these things, but we want to rush ahead. I think you're going to find that the province is going to add 1 year onto this present term. So why don't we wait to find out what's happening in the province before we want to rush into this?
Thank you, Councillor
I
Beale.
ask you not to support it and ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Beale, on first and second reading of the bylaw.
I just ask that the third reading be put now.
Yeah, I'd move the first one.
Was first and second.
First,
That the
second.
question now be put?
That the question now be put.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Colodzi. The motion is that the question now be put. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I asked for recorded vote on that.
But now it's on the question. You want the recorded vote? Councillor Potticari, Mr. Clerk.
Is this on first and second reading?
On
or
first
the
and
question?
second reading of 102.96.
Thank you. Councillor Potticari.
No.
Councillor Spring.
Yes.
Councillor Aker.
Yes.
Councillor Beale.
Yes.
Councillor Boychin.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Diamond.
Yes.
Councillor Dykstra.
No.
Councillor Gray.
Yes.
Councillor Harrell.
Yes.
Councillor Colodzi.
Yes.
Councillor Luchik. Councillor Mason.
No.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yes.
Councillor Pidrebecki.
Yes.
That's 11 affirmative, 4 negative.
The motion carries. Third reading of 102 and 103.96, please, Councillor Nicholson.
Do you want them together or separate?
Do them together, and if somebody wishes to divide, they can do so.
Move to save myself, seconded by Councillor Joseph Clausy, that bylaws 102 and 103 be read a third time be finally passed.
Thank you. Is there any question to divide on the two? Those in favor, third reading. Opposed? That's carried. On 104, would someone who doesn't have a declaration move the portion in relation to Grandview Street South between Carroll and Olive? Councillor Pidrebecki, would you like to do that?
Yes, move that the bylaw 104 be read for the first and second times.
Just for that portion? For the Grandview, because the other part was sent back to committee?
And Grandview Street South between Carolyn Avenue and Olive Avenue.
Thank you. And your seconder is? Councillor Spring. Councillor Nicholson, you want to make your declaration?
Declaration regarding the remainder of bylaw 104.96, as my brother lives on property adjacent to Grandview Avenue and Olive Avenue.
Okay, would you please pass that down for Councillors Pidrebecki and Spring to sign it?
No, that's not the one. This was a confirming
He
bylaw.
crossed my signature out of the confirming bylaw.
Okay. On 104.96, moved and seconded on first and second reading. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Third reading, Councillor?
Third and final reading, 104.96, same mover, same seconder. Grandview Street South between Carolyn Avenue and Olive Avenue be passed at this time.
On third reading, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Do you have any other bylaws other than confirming? Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, just a confirming one.
Other than confirming?
It says 102.
No. Could I have a motion to go in camera for the item of the Executive Committee? Councillor Boychin, seconded by Councillor Pidrebecki. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Would the Rogers cable be good enough? Just turn your equipment off. We should only be a few minutes. Make sure you're turned off, and then you could come back and get it, because otherwise we have to wait 20 minutes. Yes, it is.